I don't remember, but it must have been the old board. Shame on me. So.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, November 15th, 2023. This is a school board workshop, and the time is 12 p.m. I would like to let the public know that board member Chris Patrica will be joining us via Zoom for this meeting. There are 3 items on the agenda. It's the agenda review of November 21st, 2023 regular agenda, the HR strategic plan update and reorganization, and number 3 is our board pre-organization. First, the agenda review of November 21st. Dr. Vernier, would you like to proceed with that?
Mr. Chair, I'm certainly prepared to do that. I would just like to ask a potential favor. The majority of the questions came in from a specific board member who's currently not present yet.
Gotcha.
So in the sake of maybe having to repeat myself at the end of the meeting, could we get through, maybe potentially do the other presentation and then sneak this in before we go into the board reorg? It's the pleasure of the board, but I'm prepared either way, sir.
No, that's fine. Let's move to the HR presentation. The update and reorganization.
Mr. Chairman, since we're changing the agenda, we want to make sure that the rest of the board is okay with moving the agenda.
No, just kidding. Mr. Fisher, are you okay changing the agenda?
I have no such objection.
All right.
I'm good.
Ms. Jordan, good.
No problem.
And Ms.
I'm
Ward.
fine.
All right.
Thank you.
So be it. Now we'll go with the HR.
As the team's getting ready, I would like to introduce both Hillary McLean as well as Mr. Dodig. Hillary McLean, Ms. McLean, as you're aware, has been operating as our consultant and our Chief Human Resources Officer during this period of time. As I updated the board, we had finished CHRO interviews on Friday. We are doing some background and reference checks to finalize the candidates, and we'll be bringing a decision forward to you within the foreseeable future. We're excited about the level of candidate we were able to interview, and I want to thank all members of the team, some present here, some watching, who were involved in that process. As part of that work, we also have been working specifically in looking at human resources. So this presentation really is twofold. One is a strategic plan update, because there's some specific items within the strategic plan that you are due in the fall based upon our cadence for reporting out. Mr. Dodig will handle that part of the presentation, and then there'll be an opportunity for Ms. McLean to then talk about the restructuring and the transformation of human resources. I've shared with you in one-on-ones, there are 4 conversations that came up all year last year as we talked in town halls, leadership dialogues, internal and external stakeholders: communication, compensation, transportation, and human resources. So I've appreciated the board's support as we look to not only streamline a strategic plan where we could get you better information regarding recruitment and retention, but also the opportunity to look at the transformation of human resources. So it's been a long time coming. You've been patient. I just want to thank you for that. And I will turn it over to Mr. Dodig, who will begin with the process of the strategic plan update.
Thank you, Dr. Bernier. Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, and the board attorney. I am here, as Dr. Bernier indicated, to present the first half of our presentation today from Human Resources regarding the strategic plan. This will be the outcomes and baselines as we move forward. Ms. McLean will be providing additional information in a separate presentation regarding strategies and looking ahead to some exciting stuff regarding HR transformation. Here's our agenda for the presentation. We'll discuss the new goals of the strategic plan as it relates to HR, goals and objectives from the plan, leading measures, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. McLean as I indicated earlier. So the Human Resources Strategic Plan and priorities are included in Strategic Priority 3 of the district's strategic plan, with the priority indicated here on the slide: recruiting, developing, and retaining highly effective staff. Objective 6 is to increase employee recruitment and retention, and the key process indicator 6.1, reduce employee turnover for each employee segment. This is the data for KPI 6.1, reduce employee turnover for each employee segment. The official baseline is as of October 2023, last month. The termination rate for fiscal year 23 was 16.6% in the teacher sector, 19.5% in the support sector, and the administrative sector, it was 7.6%. Remember, terminations include those employees that have separated from the district, either voluntarily or involuntarily. The strategic plan requires a current target and then 4-year performance targets. They are indicated here. Obviously, our goal is to reduce involuntary terminations. Objective 7, voluntary terminations, not involuntary. Sorry, I misspoke. Objective 7 is to increase the diversity and development of employees. Key process indicator 7.1 is to increase the diversity of employees for each employee segment. We are using the diversity index to measure this objective. The diversity index is calculated as indicated here. This is the methodology commonly used by the United States Census Bureau. As indicated on the table here, the diversity index for the Lee County population as a whole is 50.5%. For our student population, it is 64%. The objective is to have all sectors of our staff be representative of the community and the students we serve. We are working towards that. As seen on Objective 7 and KP 7.1, to increase the diversity of employees for each employee segment, that is depicted here on this slide. Our official baseline is as of October 2023, last month. As indicated, our support staff diversity mirrors the data on the previous slide for our student population of 64%. Our teacher and administrative staff fall considerably short of the student or Lee County population diversity index number. Our objective and goal is to mirror and match the diversity index of the county and our student population. Our goal is to grow in this area faster than the 4-year performance targets, and as this board has discussed, we can always adjust those targets moving forward if progress is faster than those targets indicate. I'll now discuss some of our leading human resources measures. We are coming off a year in which we hired 634 instructional staff. Unfortunately, we lost 853 instructional staff members. The gap for fiscal year 23 is 219. Last year, it was 170. This is consistent with the amount of vacant positions the district has advertised over the past 6 months. However, please remember that we opened Amana Sarah Elementary School, Lemuel Teal Middle School, and added student seats at Lehigh Acres Middle School for this school year. All those schools were required to be staffed. I would also point out, albeit a small reduction, that our retirements were down 10 from fiscal year 22, 39 from fiscal year 21. This may be as a result of the legislative extension of DROP that occurred this past legislative session. The numbers 929 and 924 at the top of fiscal year 22 and 23 represent the total number of employees that have left the district. That includes retirements and terminations. This slide shows the percentage of instructional turnover by fiscal year and breaks down the 2 categories that make up turnover, transfers and terminations. Remember, terminations does not mean that an employee was fired or terminated for cause in that sense of the word, but instead left the district either voluntarily or involuntarily. Transfers are employees that move job locations or positions within the district. Regardless, each action represents a transaction that occurs in both human resources and at the work site. It is refreshing to see that this data reflects a reduction in instructional personnel turnover. I would like to point out that a research report authored by the RAND Corporation in fall 2022 estimated that the percentage of teachers that retired or resigned nationwide in fiscal year 22 was 14%. So we are a few percentage points higher than the national average. This slide represents the hiring, retirements, and termination of non-instructional staff. Non-instructional staff, as you know, include support staff in the SPALC unit and salary schedule N. As indicated, we hired 984 support staff members in fiscal year 23, and 919 non-instructional staff members left the district. 1,045 if we count retirements. This does not mean that we have full employment of support staff, because this data does not include the vacancies that existed in these groups at the beginning of the fiscal year. This slide represents the percentage of non-instructional turnover by fiscal year. We had a small decrease in fiscal year 23 year over year, which is a positive, from 36.24 to 34.72%. Transfers stayed identical year over year. Terminations are at 19.5%, with our goal, as indicated earlier, for fiscal year 24 to be reduced to 18% for non-instructional personnel. As we move to strategies, the first two items listed here represent our current strategies for recruiting and retention. I'll first talk about retention, and thanks to the board and superintendent, we were able to increase our pay rates by 8% retroactive to July 1st, 2023. Our starting teacher salary for the first time ever will be $50,000 per year. In addition, the board and superintendent have retained Ms. McLean, retained Executive Solutions to optimize PeopleSoft, and have moved forward to hire a Chief Human Resources Officer. I will point out that our recruiting strategies have been very diverse this year, and I just want to list a number of them before I turn it over to Ms. McLean. Expansion of hiring international teachers. We added about 25 additional international teachers. We've partnered with FSW to apply for an apprenticeship program through the Florida Department of Education. We've partnered with Future Makers to share the Southwest Florida Equitable Pipeline Grants opportunity for our support employees to pursue bachelor's degree at no cost. We've revamped the Building Our Legacy event to make it an intentional experience for high school students in the teaching academies who have a desire to become teachers. We've attended recruitment events in Puerto Rico, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. We have started monthly hiring events at CareerSource, one of which is taking place today from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We've implemented paid internship pilot this fall. We've enhanced our social media presence with photos and videos of real employees, not stock photos. We've executed a new tagline and marketing strategy for our recruitment department. Discover your purpose, join our story. We've updated job postings to align with best practices, and we have released interns early to work in vacant classrooms as classroom teachers. I have a whole list, which I think you get weekly in the board update, from Ms. Rivera's department of our recruiting strategies, and I'm very proud of that department. So with that, I will turn to superintendents and comments on my presentation and then turn it over to Ms. McLean. Dr. Bernier.
Thank you, Mr. Dodig. Board members, I think I sort of lended my comments as I introduced the project, so I would be interested in your discussions and questions you may have for myself, staff, or your discussion between each other.
All right, board members, do you have any comments? Mr. Fisher?
Just have a question, Mr. Dodig, for leading measures on slides.
Yeah, we can.
Let's see, 9 and 11. That's the national average you say you're comparing against?
Where's that? I'm sorry.
Leading measures slide 9 and slide 11.
No, not. I was just elucidating the slide by telling you the national average. That's not on this slide.
Okay, well, that's okay. I was trying to figure out, okay, because I was going to ask for the Florida data. Okay, never mind then. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Morgan?
I'm trying to find the slide where we talk about here it is. So it's slide number 3. How do your turnover, maybe it's the next one, where you have the chart.
Yes.
Yeah, so how do we compare, this is a KPI, so how do we compare within Florida and nationally, and how are our 4-year performance targets aligned with KPIs? Is this goal, where does this goal come from? Is it a norm somewhere?
The goal actually comes directly from our strategic plan. It was the KPI indicator that when we went over the strategic plan that we agreed we would utilize. It is, and I'll let Ms. McLean weigh in as well as Mr. Dodig, these are consistent KPI indicators that other school districts utilize. One is to look at turnover, retention, recruitment numbers. The other one is to look at the diversity of your work staff. And the measure that we're utilizing keeps us out of the conversation about any type of quota. It really compares a diversity index for the entire community and sets a standard for us to approach that same number as we look to our employment force, so they're representative of the community and the student body we serve.
No, I understood that. The diversity one I understood. My only question was about the reduce the employee turnover, because that's the only one that doesn't have a reference point. Diversity has a reference point. This one doesn't have a reference point, so I was just curious. Now, we may have approved it in the strategic plan, and I didn't ask the question then, but I'm just curious. Is 11% a typical employee turnover rate
in education?
Yeah.
Yes, right?
Okay.
So
That answers the question.
yeah,
Okay.
it is. It's a typical turnover in the teens. So anywhere
Okay.
from like 10 to 16% is sort of in the range.
That's it. That's my question. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Jordan?
I would just like to say I love the join our story, because we are telling the story and then using real life actual employees. I think that really helps to tell the story, and it encourages more people to see that they were here but now they've done all of this. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Thank you for this. I think it's really important. What is the data regarding teacher retention rate for like career changers and new classroom teachers? I'm concerned over the retention of that.
Yeah, I would have to disaggregate that information for you and get that for you. That's a great question. We'll report that out to you.
Okay, because I hear a lot that, especially the new teachers or career changers, they don't feel like they're being supported. And I feel like that's how we lose them in the termination. They go back to another, something that's not as difficult, dealing with something that's totally different from their actual degree, you know what I mean saying? So, yes. And I think we're going to have to go after those candidates. And so I don't know how we appeal to them, and making sure that they're supported. One of the other questions that I also have is, do we actually recruit from the guest teacher pool?
Actively, I would answer that in a manner that we don't actively recruit, in the sense that we have someone tapping into that pool every day, all the time. But yes, if a guest teacher expresses an interest in being a full-time teacher, whether it's to the principal they're currently working for or to our recruitment department, absolutely. Yes.
So I personally feel these are hot subjects. Like, I would call that a hot lead. And so why wouldn't we be trying to tap in on that? I think people need to feel valued, and if they feel valued, they're going to lean towards towards that value, right? Or feeling valued, and you're going to recruit and retain. I would be curious on the data, exactly how many we actually convert over to annual teachers. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great question.
I think it's a great point, and I want to apologize again to Ms. Morgan. I didn't understand the question. I understand clearly what you mean now about the 11%. Like when we shifted our pool process to match into when colleges of education graduate those individuals with ed leadership. We only had one opening for a pool process, and we were ignoring all the kids and young people and adults that graduate in January with a master's degree and are ready to join the administrative pool. So now we open our pool 2 times a year around those. I think we could, and we can have that conversation with our recruitment department, we could target our substitutes appropriately at certain times of the year, maybe every quarter, and saying we have positions, are you interested in making the switch to be a full-time teacher? We can certainly add that as a recruitment strategy, and I like the phrase hot lead. You know, it is. It's like being at a event and somebody saying to a realtor, I'm thinking about selling my house. That is a hot lead.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Fleming.
I was just going to add one thing moving forward, now that we've adjusted our, beginning year salary, which is, like you said, historical. Very proud of this board for all of us working to be able to accomplish that. I would like to know, now that that has occurred, it would be great to know if, and moving forward with the 8% or whatnot with the rest of the raise, how many teachers we get back that left for various reasons, or how many leave other counties to come here, because we know that that has fallen on our backs at times where they've gone north or south. So I think that's something we should keep our eye on.
Should check that. Yep.
Got it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if I should say this. Collier County just gave a $4,000 increase to every teacher, which puts their beginning teachers at $56,000, I believe.
Yeah. It
So
does.
you've got your job cut out for you.
And we
need
aren't
to
going to
keep
win the
working.
race on pay, just to be clear. Like, pay is a portion of it, right?
Right,
But
exactly.
you'll never win the race on pay. So that's why we have to have really good infrastructure around our HR practices, which is next.
Like someone much smarter than me said, feel like we're chasing our tail sometime.
That's what you do, yeah.
Dog. Anyway, that's all I have. So if you'd like to continue with the second portion.
Thank you.
Can you put that up?
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up here for Ms. McLean, and then we're going to switch seats here.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may? So while we're talking about this, let's talk a little bit about the future and what we would hope you would see this time next year. If you look at if you were to look at the instructional hires, to hire 634 people is a Herculean effort, but to lose 853, I think everybody deserves the opportunity to retire. So it's not that I discount the 71 people who retired, but at some point, if that's what you want to do and you want to buy a beach chair and spend full time looking at the sunset, then God bless you for the effort and the amazing work that our people put in every day. Everybody deserves that opportunity. But we really need to look at that 853, and we have to make some decisions about how we work to reduce that number. So I'm sort of doing this for Ms. McLean as she begins to talk about some of the things that we're thinking about doing within human resources. You will see some of that work. Because if we could reduce that number to 600, and we could still raise the Herculean effort to hire 634, the math gets pretty simple for the school district of Lee County. So yes, we may not always be able to be at the top of the salary heap, but we do have to continue to chase our tail. We have to continue to try to stay competitive. And I think we can track some of those metrics, not only where some of our people are going to, but who might be making a decision now not to drive further south or further north and stay right home here in Lee County. So, it's, just one aspect. The other part was the aspect of the increase in the number of support non-instructional positions we were able to get. I do believe that also deserves credit to the board, and that's actually started a while ago when you raised the level of minimum wage and then you changed bus driver compensation as well. So I think we're being more competitive in that market. And then I don't want to slide past Mr. Dodig's comment about all the different things that the HR department is trying, not only to bring in from the outside, but I do love the paraprofessional to classroom pathway we've developed with the collaboratory Florida Gulf Coast University. And I just think it's worth saying again, if we have a paraprofessional right now in our classrooms that would like to be a teacher, there is a pathway to their teaching degree without them spending a dollar. Their degree would be free to them. And we have to continue to look for those types of opportunities, not just for our paraprofessionals, but for anybody who wants to improve and move towards a different salary structure that's available within our organization. I apologize. I'll turn it back to Ms. McLean.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
One moment, Mr. McLean. I apologize. I forgot Ms. Patrica is on Zoom with us now, and she may have some questions before we go into part two.
Sure.
Ms. Patrica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you were reading my mind and you knew that I did not have any comments on this first section, but I do have comments on the next section. Thank you.
All right, just checking. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, board, superintendent, attorney. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm excited to share with you kind of the culmination of work that we've been doing since I arrived. My name's Hillary McLean, and I'm a consultant for the district and been helping out in HR. And this idea of what does human resources need to be in order to serve its customers is what this presentation is built on. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction to the modernization of human resources and where companies are taking HR today and to the future, and why is a transformation needed at Lee County School District, how we came to this idea of a new organizational structure and what that brings to the table, what the budgetary impact of that looks like, and what is the timeline. It's a lot of moving parts and could be a fire hose if we don't sort of stagger things appropriately. So that's where we're headed today with our presentation. So I want to take you back to a guy named David Ulrich. He's considered the father of modern human resources. I read his book in 1997, The HR Champion. And everybody, most people who are in human resources know of David Ulrich's work. We all sort of rally around the idea of HR's not about compliance and checking a box and dotting an I. Yes, we have a compliant piece of what we do, but our real work is about partnering with the schools or the business or the operational leaders and helping them achieve the results and the goals that they have set for their organization. And so the idea behind David Ulrich's work is that human resources needs to be structured from the outside in, not the inside out. And Lee County School District, for as long as I know of, has been structured from the inside out. Here's what we need to do to be compliant, and these are the rules and how we get there. We have to have a structure where human resources can say yes to the organization. How can I help you? How can I help you get your goals accomplished in your school? How can I help you get your goals accomplished in your department? What can I do to serve you through the HR lens and help you be successful? And we're not structured appropriately to make that happen. So that's really the modernization of HR is to look at what do our customers need from us and how should we be structured to achieve that. So this is where we go with this HR transformation. What does transformation really mean? It's not a one and done. So this should be an ongoing conversation that HR should be having to modernize and enhance the way in which we deliver our services to our customers and to solve those business issues and enable a new world of work. Transformation includes operational models, technology, systems, developing centers of excellence, and really using industry-leading practices from hire to retire. So that's the idea behind transformation. What does it really do for an organization? Well, the first thing is we've got to leverage technology, right? We got to make sure we're using our technology that we have in a way that maximizes the results for the business. So when we put in PeopleSoft 15 or so years ago, we really worked to make PeopleSoft do what we wanted it to do versus thinking about maybe they know how PeopleSoft should work and we should figure out how do our processes work with the system. So the idea of maximizing and leveraging PeopleSoft end to end so that HR can really be people-oriented, right? Not transactionally oriented, more people-focused. Developing these centers of excellence models. In your mission statement, you have the world-class school district, right? How are we going to get there if we don't have world-class people practices? So we have to have centers of excellence that are building those world-class practices in the district, and then we have to get them out to our businesses or our schools, right? So that our principals can execute on those world-class practices to build a world-class system. Designing the employee experience with the organizational mission, vision, and values focused on moments that matter in the employee life cycle. We currently have a lot of resources spent doing compliance-related tasks versus focusing on the retention of new teachers, right? Where do we spend time developing those people, putting our arms around them, making sure they have what they need to be successful? We're focused on making sure we're crossing I's and dotting T's. So we have to reframe the way that we look at HR and what we do on a regular basis. So the steps to transformation, the things that you'll see in this presentation, we've established a clear goal for HR transformation. We've established a clear vision for it. We've spent time gathering stakeholder feedback and information in this process. We are now talking about streamlining processes, and we've kind of prioritized what needs to go first, what do we need to change right away, what needs to go next, and and get to through the process, and then we need to monitor progress. We can outline it all that we want on paper, but when you put it into execution, there's going to be some bumps in the road, right? So we have to plan for that, and we've got to rework as appropriate. And this should be a continuous process. Like I said in the beginning, this isn't a one and done. This is something that we should do every single year in our departments, not just HR, but everywhere, is what can we do to be better? How can we make this more effective for our customer, right? And we all have a different customer lens, but that's really what transformation is all about. So what is the story of HR? What's the transformation story? I got here in June of 2023 as the interim chief human resources officer, spent a lot of time evaluating things, and I'll walk through that process with you. I came up with kind of a current state. What does HR look like right now, and where do we need to be, and what are those common themes and trends that I'm hearing? So the evaluation methods, I did a lot of one-on-one meetings, I did virtual meetings, I met with superintendent, executive director, the department heads of human resources. Many of the ideas that I'm talking about today came from the team. I took what they said to me and said, oh, here, I think I can figure that out. We can do this, we can do that. So many of it came from the HR department themselves. The chiefs, the school secretaries who do a lot of HR functions on a day-to-day basis, I did a focus group with them. I did a focus group with principals, got a lot of really great feedback. And then I started peeling back the onion and doing a deep dive into some specific practices. So staffing, compensation, talent management, professional standards, and recruitment. Those were the ones that I got a lot of the feedback about, so I started there. You'll notice that not every area of HR is listed there. I haven't gone further yet because we're at this stage of the process, right? But there's still more work to be done. So what did I find out? I asked questions about what's working, what's not working. How do people feel about HR? HR should be a valued partner within the district. What capabilities do we have on the team? We have a lot of really talented HR people that are capable of doing really talented work, but we don't have the right structure to allow them to do that. So again, we have a huge opportunity there. I did a lot of looking and listening. When you watch behavior within an organization, you can see a lot from what the organization is telling you about how people behave, right? So the BSI school process was a real eye-opener for me about the organizational culture and how people are feeling about Lee County schools. And we have a great opportunity to reverse that trajectory. Common themes. HR is viewed as a gatekeeper versus a business partner. We don't have a lot of presence in the schools. There's a lack of consistent messaging about our practices at the schools. There's a lack of trust in the human resources function to get the job done. There's frustration in the hiring process. We don't really use a best practice HR model the way we're currently structured. HR structure is outdated and can't sustain the upcoming growth of the district. HR structure is currently unable to fulfill your board strategic plan. If we don't do something different, we're never going to meet those metrics. HR data isn't tracked well, and it's also not easy to get to. So to get the turnover information, one, we need to clearly define it, which we haven't done a good job of, and to get it, it's difficult because, again, we're not using our system end to end, so it's a little challenging to dig and find out what we need. So when I thought about what the customers were telling me, I went to look at the business needs, right? Putting my business hat on to say, what does the business need in the future? Looking at the 5 years between now and 2028, there's 15,000 students that are going to be joining the school district. That equates to a little over 1,100 staff people at the school. If I were to tell Suzette and her team the way they're currently structured, hey, you need to hire 1,100 more people, I think they would walk out of the building, right? We have to do something different, and that doesn't even include the infrastructure to support that growth at the district level. So the time for change is now. And so what are we going to do differently? When I think about metrics, there's probably anywhere from 30 to 40 HR metrics that you can look at as an industry standard. But the top 5 that I think are critical to how you measure, some of them we can't get the data for. So time to fill, when our customers say, it's really hard for me to get people hired, I say, well, what does that mean? They say, well, it takes me 6 weeks to get somebody in a job. And I'm like, okay, let me go see about that. Well, we don't have that data because we can't track it. Again, we're not using the system end to end. Time to hire. So when somebody gets through the interview process, how long does it take them to become qualified to take their job at Lee County School District? I don't know, right? Because we don't have any data on it. So turnover, we have turnover data, but it's not clearly defined. It's hard to get to. We don't really measure retention, which is a metric that is really important. How many people stayed with us when we went to June, how many people elected, I'm staying at Lee County this year, right? We need to understand that, and we should be focused on why did they stay? There's a lot of messaging in that we don't know about. Open positions are not tracked in real time. We post them twice a week on a PDF. They don't interface with the website. There's not an active measurement of how many positions do I have open today. So if you asked me right now, how many instructional positions do you have open? I can't tell you. I need to know that as an HR leader, minute by minute, where things are. And it's a fluid measurement. It's not a one and done. So we have to have real-time data. That brings me to employee relations. I sat here and through board meetings over the past few months that I've been here, and I've listened to employees bring forward their concerns. That's not the best and highest use to get problems solved. We don't have an employee relation function at the district. We have professional standards, which is great. They do a good job and they work hard and they investigate cases and they report things to the state, but we don't have an outlet, an ear for people to speak up. We need structure to that, and we need a function in HR called employee relations that handles that work. And it's about structure. It's about putting in systems and strategy in place so we really truly have a speak up, listen up culture. Employee engagement, that's a very important metric. We didn't do a survey recently, for whatever reason, but when we have action plans, it's been reported that they're not followed up on, and we don't really have any structure in human resources to make sure that we're giving our business leaders good, tangible ways to act on their employee engagement surveys. So we need that partnership with the business leaders to drive employee engagement. We need to partner with those principals that maybe have higher turnover. What can we do to help you? And we just are missing that whole function within the HR department. So what are the business needs that Lee County has based on what I've shared with you, based on the story that I've shared? We need centers of excellence, and we need field resources in HR. So we need HR people out working with the schools. And so we also need to use PeopleSoft end-to-end, allowing a managerial and self-service component. So when a principal goes to post a job for their school, guess what? They can push the button and it goes out to the world and says, I have a job open. Right? It doesn't have to go through all these steps and get all this other approval, assuming there's budgetary approval that we design in the system. Restructuring staffing into what I call HR operations, or a transaction center. All the transactions that happen in the lifetime of an employee need to be centered into one group, not spread out through a bunch of different areas, but in one group, so that we can handle those things and get those things done as efficiently and quickly as possible. So right now, what happens when you hire somebody, we go through different steps. Well, all those steps can be done in one motion. But if we don't have it centralized into one group, it gets passed from one group to the next group to the next group. It's very inefficient, right? So with the use of the system and restructuring the department will be much more effective, and we won't have as many complaints about it took forever to hire somebody. Developing the HR business partner function, that's the field resource. So every school will have a one point of contact about human resources. And that point of contact will serve and support that principal to execute the HR practices at their school. If they need some more development, like for example, let's say they decide they're going to do a staff development day and they want somebody to facilitate it. That HR business partner will connect them to the Center of Excellence, which would be professional development, to develop a great staff day for the school, right? And make that connection. But most of the time, the HR business partner is the front line of contact. They're the employee relations partner. They're helping with this culture at the school. They're helping resolve conflict at the school. They're being that third party outlet for teachers to express any kind of concerns that they have. It's really a critical resource. We also need to develop the talent management function. We've had a coordinator in HR working on the reviews for teachers and reviews for other areas of the district, but it's not a cohesive plan. Feedback needs to be worked on. We need feedback loops, and we also need succession planning and development plans, which we don't have any of those things. So we need to work on that. We need a development strategy that is applicant to district leaders to schools. What I mean by applicant is there's a lot of really talented people in Lee County. We should be getting in there and educating and building plans to develop them to become future teachers in the school district. And we don't have a robust process for that. We need that employee relation function so we can execute on your speak up, listen up culture. So those are the proposed needs that we have. So here's the vision. Develop and deliver system, structure, and initiative to create a welcoming, inclusive, world-class employee experience through best-in-class practices, knowledgeable staff, flexible practices to meet the needs of the district, and partnerships to support and sustain growth. What's our goal for transformation? It's really to develop a structure, practice, and systems to make that happen from applicant to retirement. We currently have 3 work streams that are sort of attacking HR transformation all at once. We have the structural changes, the job changes, there's upskilling that needs to happen in human resources. We have the PeopleSoft optimization, which is a partnership that we're working closely with that group. And we also have the compensation project that you approved through Evergreen. Our structure for compensation is very complicated and needs a way that we can automate it, and it's really difficult to do that the way it's structured now. And we also need updated job descriptions, and we need to make sure that our rates are in line, right? So Evergreen is helping us with that. When I looked at the redesign of the human resources function within Lee County, I really looked at three main objectives. One is we needed a strategic level. Missing that chief level is really critical because HR is a strategic partner to the business, and we needed that level of position. We need to develop the centers of excellence to drive that best-in-class process. And then we also needed support at the schools for the principals to execute on the organizational culture. So the Center of Excellence model is a very common model used in human resources. It's where we have centers of excellence in the district, and so that's HR operations, talent acquisition, talent management, labor and employee relations, benefits and wellness, and professional development. And we work on building best-in-class practices in those centers. And then we educate and support the business partners to deliver that work out to the schools. So our priorities. HR operations is the first step. We have to reorganize talent and staffing into this HR operations transaction center. And we need PeopleSoft optimization to be finished. So those are the first steps. So right now I have a steering committee in HR, and we are tearing apart every process that we do from hire to retire that would be a transaction. And understanding what is it that we're doing, why are we doing it, do we need to continue it, should we stop it, do we need to change it? And then how can PeopleSoft do that for us? So we're digging into that. The compensation project is going. We had our first kickoff meeting last week, so that's underway. And then we need to build the employee relation function and the HR business partner function. Those are two new functions to the district, so that's going to take a lot of education, training, and development, and structure. So those need to come online. We lost our talent management coordinator, and so we need to replace that position, which we've been waiting on this new structure, and add a director at that level. And we need to fold professional development into human resources. We can't develop these succession plans, we can't develop others in their career path without having professional development as part of the team for a clear vision of where we're going with the people development within Lee County. And it needs to be full scope for everybody, not just our instructional folks. So here's the current organizational chart. You'll see that there is quite a few clerical type roles. In the new structure, you won't see those clerical roles. There isn't really a lot of clerical work that's done in human resources outside of a system, right? We have PeopleSoft that does that piece of it. Now there's some of it, but it's very little. So that's the biggest difference. You'll also see that there's quite a few direct reports going into the Chief Human Resources Officer. We need to have really strong thought leaders at the director level of these centers of excellence in order to deploy the best-in-class practices. So the new structure looks different, and I want to kind of walk you through the proposed structure and what it means. So over to the left, I'm going to start with the Director of HR Operations. That role is the transaction center. So anything transactionally that happens in the life cycle of an employee at Lee County will be done in this group. So there is a Director of HR Operations, which is somebody who should really know and have experience with best-in-class HR practices and how they apply here at the district. And then we have the leadership structure to manage and work with the human resources generalists. We fold compensation in here. They're going to handle the rate of pay, which is done in a different group currently, so that's going to go to compensation. We have a leave of absence coordinator. We haven't had a dedicated person to leaves. There's a lot of leaves that happen here, and I'm proposing in the job description that we have more of a human interaction with leave of absences. It's been very email, here's a form, fill it out. And anytime somebody's going on a leave, it's a very personal situation that is emotionally driven, right? And we need to acknowledge that in the process, which we have opportunity to do. We've also moved all of the credentialing into one group. So credentialing, I mean transcripts, fingerprinting, background check, licensing to be a bus driver, licensing to serve food. Any license that we need to make sure somebody has to do their job at Lee County is going to roll into the credentialing center. That's done in different pieces and parts now. And anytime you pull something out of the system, there's an opportunity for it to hit the floor somewhere. So we want to have it all be in one group. And then we have the HRIS coordinator, which is a similar position that we have now. We have a director of talent acquisition, which is our recruitment arm. There's two pieces to recruitment. There's the funnel, and then there's taking people from the funnel and getting them into the right job. Our funnel has been broken at Lee County for a while. So it's a numbers game with recruitment. You got to fill the funnel with many candidates, and then you sift through and find the right person. So we're asking that we get a national recruiter online to get out to the country to say we're open for business here at Lee County Schools. And then a talent sourcing specialist is a localized person to focus on some more localized efforts. The talent coordinators, they take what's in the funnel and they help those principals and hiring managers make the hiring decision. Then the employment center is our front-facing folks. I'd like to suggest that we have a couple of computers in the front where people can fill out an application. We don't have that right now, and if somebody doesn't have a computer, we recommend to go to the library or something like that, but we could have that here. Also, if somebody comes and they haven't had a chance to do their onboarding packet, they can do that here in the lobby. Director of Talent Management and the Talent Management Coordinator, those again are all about performance review, feedback, succession planning, individual development plans. Then we come over to the Executive Director of HR. This role is someone who really needs to be versed in HR practices and be the developer along with the Director of Field Operations of those business partners. And they also need to develop the employee relations systems function. We need more community involvement and recognition. We need to celebrate successes around here a lot more. And we don't celebrate success. People need to know we value you. There's a lot of really great work going on and people are working hard, and we need to celebrate that more. Employee relations and labor grievance coordinator as well. Then we have the professional standards group. That's pretty much the same. And then I have not gotten to benefits and wellness yet, and I have not gotten to professional development yet. I don't know what those structures will look like. I haven't gone through the evaluation exercises that I have so far, but that is slated for phase 3. So that's the organizational chart and what it looks like. Then we look at the timeline. So HR operations is first, and simultaneously we're working through the compensation project and PeopleSoft optimization. I'd like to sooner than later get that national recruiter on board so that we can really help increasing the funnel for June, right, and before. We need to start offering new teachers jobs probably April-ish, right, to get that ready for next school year. And then the talent sourcing specialist. Then phase 2 is building that employee relations and business partner function, getting the talent management roles filled, and phase 3 will be the evaluation and integration of the professional development group and benefits and wellness. So there is a budgetary change, but I want to be clear that FTE is not a one-to-one relationship with the budget. So really the bulk of what you're seeing is the addition of 8 business partners, which really are seasoned human resources managers. So there's a skill set there. It's not an entry-level job. It's a very important job that they have to have some skills in human resources. They have to be able to coach and develop, give feedback. They have to handle employee relations issues. They have to be a pretty well-seasoned HR person. And then we're adding in a director of talent management. So that's the bulk of the changes, is those 9 positions so far. So that's the budgetary impact. And then I welcome your comments and feedback from the superintendent and the board.
Thank you.
My comments at this point are to thank Ms. McLean, the human resources people who are here today. I'm impressed that there's some individuals who've come in on their lunch hours to join us. This has been a significant amount of work. Mr. Dodig has helped. I could begin to name names all the way through to some of the people that really do the work in their cubby. Everyone's participated. It's a little disconcerting for some of our people right now because change is difficult. But I think what Ms. McLean is saying about that particular slide on the budgetary impact, while you only see an FTE change of 2 positions, really what we're doing is we're upgrading some people or upgrading some of the positions within HR in order to be those professionals that interact at the school. Rather than everyone having to come to us to have an HR contact, the goal is for us to have contact out at our schools. So a teacher who has 10 minutes to eat, go to the bathroom and get ready for his or her next class, they don't have time to drive all the way down here. But if I know my business partner is going to be there on Wednesday, I know I can figure out a way to get to them during the time that I have within my school day. I'm just really interested to hear what all of you think at this point. Again, 4 big conversations, one of them always, and no matter internal, external, principal to paraprofessional to bus mechanic, everyone in the course of last year in the listen, learn, and lead process talked about human resources and a desire for the great work that's being done there already. I think it's really important for us to say there are really committed people just across the hall from us. They are working hard. Can we have them work smart? And can we develop a better model so that they get some of the recognition they deserve for the hard work and effort that they're doing each and every day? 635 teachers didn't manufacture itself. So I think in the midst of asking for change and wanting to go about potentially a different way of looking and envisioning the impact of human resources, it's important to value the individuals who are there already for the work they have been doing, and just wanted to make sure that we took that opportunity to say that very specifically.
All right, board members, comments? Why don't we start with Ms. Patrica, so I don't forget her.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I have a question, but I have a broader comment. As I was preparing for today's meeting, and in the months leading up to this presentation, I have to say that my level of angst or anxiety or concern regarding HR has been pretty high. And then as Ms. McLean went through the slides and added sort of color to what I read on those slides, my level of anxiety increased even more. But concurrent with that, my level of excitement and hope regarding the transformational change that's about to take place in HR also grew as Ms. McLean was adding sort of the meat to the bones of the what's on the slide and what I prepared for in terms of today's meeting. So this is a massive undertaking, but it is absolutely essential. And I want to thank Ms. McLean for the work that she's done. My primary question is, where are we going to get the $934,000+ in order to implement this plan? please.
Be happy to address that, Ms. Patrica. When we look at our operational budget, decisions have to be made as to what the priorities are. Not only did I hear it from internal and external stakeholders, I also heard it from board members about a need to re-envision and reorganize human resources. If this continues to be the priority of our community of learners as well as the board, the chiefs and I and our CFO will make difficult decisions regarding operational efficiencies in other divisions in order to bring the necessary dollars to human resources to make this happen. This transformational change impacts every chief, every school, maintenance division, transportation, pick a unit, and having a HR team that's focused and produces what we need, not only in terms of employees, but in terms of employee support, will put us in a better position not only to recruit, but to retain, build the speak up, listen up culture, and really drive the organizational change and the cultural shift you've been looking for. So while it may be difficult to find some operational efficiencies, we will find them in order to ensure that we have a better process by which to fill vacant seats and to ensure that we have as close to maximum employment that we can have. I don't know that a school district of this size will ever be 100% staffed. If we are, that'll be Monday, and Tuesday it'll be different. But we have to, this is a priority. This is what I meant before as we've spoken about budgetary and how the budgetary process works. We have to prioritize our budgetary spend based upon what we expect to happen in the strategic plan. And rather than lots of people coming for positions this spring, we're actually in November, December going to have a small opportunity with our cabinet and our chiefs to talk about what are our strategic priorities. This one clearly, if we have the support of the board, will be one that will take priority, and we will find the dollars within the budget we have to make that happen.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If I may, one more question. How do we ensure that the incoming CHRO, shares the same vision for this transformational change? In other words, how do we make sure that as Ms. McLean exits, because she's done this amazing sort of restructuring work, that the incoming chief picks up the ball where it is and brings it across the finish line, as opposed to bringing in a whole new system or a whole new vision for change? Those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
I'm certainly let Ms. McLean, but I want to start by beginning, you interview for it and you look for it. And you're honest with the people who interviewed, not only in the final interviews, which occurred on Friday, but in the screening process. In the screening process, we talked about the retooling, the need to pick up on a plan that will be devised and ready. We asked questions about centers for excellence. We asked questions about their background in leading transformational change. We've shared some of this information with them. We were extremely transparent in this process, not only that HR was in a work in progress and some of the planning work that needed to be done, but also, to Ms. McLean's credit, we also told people about what the future looks like for this particular school district with an elected superintendent. We wanted the individuals who interviewed to understand what was transpiring. And, you know, in my one-on-ones with them, it was very clear they understood. And we're looking, and we have two people. We have a difficult choice in front of us. We have two people that we're hoping that references and some additional questions about their background and their work will help us inform that decision. But I'll ask Ms. McLean if she has anything to add, because she was, along with other members of the HR team, right there at the very beginning in the screening processes and the identification processes and how we got to those two particular candidates.
Yeah, just everything Dr. Bernier said, but one thing to add, I did a deep dive skills interview with both candidates. And so I spent about an hour and a half with both candidates on their skills and abilities to lead transformation. So I made sure that they had the talent and that they'd done it before. If you work in human resources at any sort of senior level, you've done this work, right? So yeah, both of them have had experience with transformation, so I feel confident in their skills and abilities to lead it.
Right, Ms. Patrica, anything else?
That'll do it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fisher?
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Patrica, as you said about me last time, you stole two of my questions this time, so I appreciate that. Appreciate your line of thinking on that. And going kind of off one of Ms. Patrica's questions, talking about the CHRO, obviously it's important to have a plan in place. However, we all know that things, execution is a different part of it. Will that CHRO, obviously in conjunction with the superintendent, be able to change or have little wrinkles, I guess is the best way to say it, if there needs to be that change?
I think once we determine how we can finance this, that CHRO will have their ability to put, I think what you're asking is like, will they have the opportunity to have a nuance to this? Yes. Position titles, as we develop job descriptions, we're hoping they'll be in place very soon. So we're hoping to bring that name to you in December so we can get a start date for them in January. We'd also like to spend some time having a conversation with Ms. McLean about extending her a little bit, not from the aspect of being boots on the ground here any longer, but being that thought partner for this individual so there's a transition period in this work. I think the other thing that Ms. McLean has done, and I'm going back to the other question just briefly, is that she has involved people in helping develop this plan. So it's not like it's just her. The HR division has been involved in helping to build and talk about these structures and see how it will work out. But I think to your question specifically, Mr. Fisher, the short answer to that is yes, but it will be really important, just like as we've gone into the PeopleSoft project, that I have to be cognizant of what sometimes we refer to as scope creep. This is a pretty comprehensive plan. We need to be sure that we're keeping an eye on it and making sure it's not getting bigger or larger or extending beyond the budgetary guardrails that we set in place.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on that with budget, that was something I was going to bring up. Obviously, it's an expansion of our hierarchy. We want to make sure we're being efficient because this is a large organizational change. I understand we do need change. And getting back to the question about budget, so you're saying we will have the dollars for this?
We will find the dollars. I mean, the best way I know how to explain this to all of you is it won't be an easy process, and I'll look towards my chief of staff who's already led some of this work with the chiefs. When your marching band needs new French horns, right, and the band director comes to you, I have a very interesting way of budgeting. I always say, gosh, that's really expensive. I'm not sure we can do that. Then what I do is I look behind the scenes with my bookkeeper and my budget staff, and if that's a priority, we find a way to make that happen. This is a priority for us, and this will impact each chief's work, the quality of employees they're receiving, and done correctly, we can find it. If we can't find all of it and we're $100,000 short, we'll certainly come back to you and let you know that we'll be utilizing additional funds that we would expect from our rise in base student allocation from the state this year. But let's decide if we like this, and let's continue to hear this discussion, and then we can start talking about budgetary expenditures. But I do believe that our chiefs, myself, and others will be able to find the dollars within by really looking at how we can streamline and create additional work. There's positions that we have that are vacant. They've been vacant for a while. It'd be nice to have them, but in reality, in order to fill them, we have to have a pipeline that works. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Two more questions. Is that all right, Chair? I'll go quick. You talked about everyone here, Ms. McLean, Dr. Bernier talked about PeopleSoft, and obviously that's a big change. I'm guessing, talked about clerical roles and stuff. I'm guessing some of this is heading towards automation, I guess. I don't know if that's the correct terminology to use for that. I know PeopleSoft is not a mom and pop type thing, obviously, but I want to make sure, and I know we have an upgrade next week, I believe, on PeopleSoft.
Yep.
Will this be able to handle everything that we need to do?
PeopleSoft is a very robust
Best tool,
human
yeah.
capital management system.
It is.
It's very robust, and we're not using all the tools that we have. The critical component in the upgrade that's happening currently, that was a planned upgrade of its processes and its abilities. What we have to do, to Hillary's point, is we have to start teasing out and going back and looking at our procedures and processes to ensure that we utilize the tool to complete our work versus having a process that requires us to change the tool. When PeopleSoft was implemented in the school district of Lee County, everyone asked for customization to make the computer program fit particular processes they had. In reality, when you adopt educational software or human capital management software, the software is the software. Then you have to change your procedures in order to match the software. This is true in just about any educational environment I've been in until the message says, it's like buying a Corvette. You can have it in a certain color, you can get bigger and wider wheels, you maybe have a different engine component that the Chevy will sell to you, but you can't say I want it 4 inches shorter and I want the windshield 7 degrees more flat and I want gull wing doors on it. If it doesn't come that way, they're not going to sell it to you that way. We have to do the same thing as we move forward. But to Hillary's question, for Ms. McLean, I think it's important as the expert in this area, having worked in larger corporations with PeopleSoft and other human capital management systems, I would defer to you for some additional comment.
Yeah, so the biggest opportunity that we have is to, yes, it does have the capability to do everything that we want it to do. There's a couple areas where we're like, it'd be great if we could automate this, but because we're so complicated, I don't know if that's possible. For example, our pay rates, right? Typically, pay rates are attached to a job code. So the job code in the system, instructional teacher makes X, right? But we give credit for years of experience, they do supplements, they have this little extra thing and that little extra thing, and I mean, every step they take, they get a little more, right? Which is great, but it's hard to automate because you can't attach that to the job code because it's very person specific. So those are the things that we're going to have to look at to say, is there a way that we can automate this with PeopleSoft has this thing called worksheets, and we can maybe worksheet it in PeopleSoft, but we're going to see. So those are the things we're working with Mike Del Prado and his team to figure out. There's some other pieces that we want to figure out of automation that would be another system that would bolt on, if you will, to help us with having fingerprinting and reference and background check and stuff, educational checks done automated. Right now we're doing those all manually, right? So references are all done manually, the credentialing is all done manually, the transcripts are done manually, and it's a lot of human hours that doesn't really focus on moments that matter in the employee life cycle.
Okay, last question for you, Ms. McLean, and appreciate you doing this and coming down to the district, and this will be a very significant and positive change for us. From your experience, and one of the things we've been dealing with especially is culture. From your experience with other large organizations, do you see this helping to ignite more of a culture change? And what I mean by that is, we've made strides here, but we have a ways to go with that.
We do. Yes, the HR business partner role is critical to that piece. Two things are critical. One is the employee relation function, and also having a strategy for employee engagement surveys and having that HR business partner in place. The HR business partner's job is to assist those principals in developing the culture that matches and mirrors the vision and mission of the district. Not their own idea or their, to help them. We don't want a cookie cutter every school, but every school should have some basic tenets of who we are and basic behaviors of who we are as a district. And that business partner role is essential in making that happen. So that's a real critical piece to sort of shifting the tides of the culture, if you will. And also our HR practices need to be world-class so that they're trusted, that they're relied on, that people know that what we do is ethical, that it's beyond reproach, that people can count on it, and it's for people, right? It's not the best interest of whoever, right? I had some HR people even ask me about this transformation. So is our goal here to save money with HR? And I said, well, no, not really, because we're not saving money. But our goal is to have the right people doing the right work. And if we can figure out how to save $1 or $2, great. But the goal is to have the right people doing the right work. They weren't really trusting of that. They're like, I think this is just to cut people out. And I said, no, it's really not. I think we'll have a job for everybody, but it just depends on where they're going to land.
The other piece to it, though, is there are cost savings to be found. They're not necessarily in personnel, but think about 800 people leaving the organization and what that takes to retool another 635 to replace them. There are, I will refer, the hidden costs of non-retention, of turnover.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether, that there are cost savings there, but specifically to say we're making it smaller and we want to cut down jobs, in fact, we're not. We're asking for a transformational change and delivering a different service model.
It's really in thinking, right? It's a mindset change more than anything else.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Those are my questions, Chair.
Ms. Melissa, do you have any?
Actually, I don't have a lot of questions other than I'm excited because this is long, long overdue. I think the bottom line is we want to serve the people with excellent customer service. That's my notes and I think we have not been doing that. And I think once we do that, I believe it will change the culture. Just that alone, having excellent customer service and knowing that each employee needs to strive for that. And I hope that we all have that same culture in mind. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Because I understand this was definitely an undertaking. One of my notes, and something that I thought of just recently, and I was going to actually talk to Dr. Bernier about, and this might be something, is there any way to do like an automated customer service survey at the end of each a simple call? I don't know if it's 2 or 3 questions to know satisfaction was guaranteed. We get that, have the opportunity, and it would be an option. They would say yes, they're going to stay on in line and answer the 2 or 3 questions, or and if they want to add to that, they can, by leaving a longer message, or if there's some way to know that we're doing the right thing, making the changes, and they're being effective, and that we're heading in the right direction. Because I think without knowing that information, you don't know what you don't know. So, we hear a lot of complaints just in the process alone. It takes a while. I actually had someone, and this goes back to the first presentation, but I had someone pull me aside at South and saying, they were thinking about leaving and several times because they don't have a pathway to know where they're going and where they can make more money for their family.
That's right.
And it was a gentleman, and he's the lead breadwinner in his household, and he has children, and he's like, I'm going to have to go somewhere else to make more money.
Right.
And I don't know how to get there. I keep thinking about, and it wasn't his school, had nothing to do with it. He has no idea where he can go.
Right.
That's what he said to me.
Which is why that business partner would be so critical, because then they can connect them to the resources that we have. I mean, we do have pathways. We just have to be clearer and more intentional about it, right? And each person in the district should have a pathway as part of their review process. Where do you want to go with your career? Let's chart that out. Let's figure out what you need to do. Let's figure out the skills that you need to get there. And again, that's part of the robust review process that we need to really work on.
So for me, it's just thank you, and how do we garner what we're doing, and if we're doing it the right thing, and have that information at some point. But that's
You need to check back in frequently with our customers to see how we're doing.
right. Quality control is what I call it.
You're absolutely right.
So
We can
thank you.
Definitely do that.
Ms. Jordan?
Thank you for the presentation. I do have a few questions. I know every time you say cultural change, that means a lot well, it means something different to everybody. So when we're saying we want this big cultural change, what does that look like and what does that actually really mean? So that's a little bit concerning to me because is it to be what does it mean to you when you say that?
So when I say that, I say to fulfill your mission vision that you have for being a world-class employer.
Okay, thank you.
Right? So that's what I mean. And the pride in working at Lee County, like this used to be a place where people really were prideful in working for, right? We can restore that. We can bring that back, but we have to have the right structure and do the right work to make that happen. But yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you. And then also with the business partners, so the business partners, and I know that Mr. Fisher had asked that question, so they would be go into certain schools, so there's and there's only 2, the old organization chart had 31, the new one requires 33, so there's not like a whole lot of different, when I was counting the positions on the charts.
So there's 8 business partners that we have slated in the new structure.
So then your 8 business partners will have X amount of schools.
Yes.
That they will deal with, and then does this extend outside of schools? Because you have
Yes, we have the
buses,
district
you have
and-
district, you have
Yes.
everything.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that it goes further. So if I am speaking to my business partner and I have issues, you're the business partner, I'm speaking to you, you take that, and now you're responsible for making sure that I get the right resources that I
Either going to
need.
resolve it for you right there, right? Or I'm going to connect you with the right resources in the Center of Excellence to help you.
Okay.
And I'm going to follow back up and make sure you got what you needed.
Great, and then you all they would work with the principals or the administration, so that way they're not interfering with what is taking place within. I mean, I think this is a great process, and I believe that people need to have people to speak
We'll
to.
have the one point of contact, which is critical. The on-site visits, unfortunately, I'd like to, what we really need is 13 business partners. But I put 8 on there because I know we're going to be scrambling to find the resources, right? We can get by with 8. It's not ideal, but it's a road test, right? Let's start there and then see what else we need and where it goes, right? So we've got 8 in the proposal, but the idea then is that they'll be at their site once every 2 weeks for about a half day in the cafeteria with their laptop, designated time so everybody knows when they're going to be there. Talking to the secretaries, how's it going? What can I help you with? How are things going? Principal, are you doing okay? What do you need? How can I help you with any HR issues? Would you like me to sit in on the interviews that you have coming up? Can I coordinate anything for you, help you with anything? Are there any conflicts we need to talk about? And then teachers, I'm here if you need somebody to talk to.
And then the information that they get, then they bring that back and they report it to another person, so that way you keep track of all the needs.
Yeah, well, we keep track of what the work is that they're doing, but the goal is that they can solve the need right there in the building, right? Again, at the lowest level possible, it gets resolved.
So
But
those
if
are yours.
not, it comes up to the Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence, their goal is really to develop best practices, continuous improvement, right? Continually evolving how we do stuff and making it better, and building the function and growing the function and developing people. And so that's the Center of Excellence work, and then the business partners connect those schools or that business unit to those HR best practices.
Right, thank you. I was just trying to
You're welcome.
see that in my head, how that would work,
Yeah.
somebody going into the school, so thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Langford Fleming.
What an enormous lift.
This is a big job.
I would imagine so. But, with my personal experiences of being an educator, you touched on so many things that I found crossing as I was in the classroom. You talked a little bit about the talent, like within our house, how many talented individuals we have that we are just not tapped into, and you may not even know how much talent we have in the house, But once we find it, it's important that I believe that we treat our educators, our bus drivers, our paraprofessionals, even our chief of staff and those underneath them, you treat them just the way that we are trying to encourage our children. And our goal is to, we always say, it is our mission to help each child reach his or her highest potential, and that should be the mindset of our staff from every department, which way, because like you had said before, we have so many talented individuals that they're just not being tapped into. And I think if we can go in it with that mindset, that would help. I don't know if this was through HR or whose idea this was. I apologize for that, but that 3-day boot camp that the new teachers had at the beginning of the year at South Fort Myers High School, I heard great things about that. Who was in charge of that?
It was professional development.
Professional development, thank you. All stars, loved it. I had so much positive feedback from new hires once they got to that position. So I think you've tapped on the fact that it is hard to get from, okay, we found somebody, now we got to get them in the system.
That's right.
But that actual boot camp, if you will, was great. You are so right about leave of absence. There's so many reasons why a staff member takes leave of absence, and I think when someone does leave, whether it's for a year or two, it's important that we, not without crossing lines of that personal crossover, find out how can we help you? How can we help also through your leave, whether it's 6 months or 12 months? How can we help get you prepared to come back also? We don't want to drop the ball on that. Love having computers in the lobby. So many people I know, and I will put myself in that bucket, are technologically, not as advanced as someone else. So just the fact that that's a customer service thing. That's I'm having trouble filling out this application, and I know that I can't leave my students at 3:30 to get down here to help, but once I do, that knowing that somebody in the staff is right around the corner on the other side of the door, loved that. And then my last thing I wanted to say, and you've touched on it quite a bit throughout the presentation, if you go to slide 13, what are the future business needs and critical capabilities needed? I think it's important that we continue to pull that back up and read it and find out where are we at here? Where are we at with these questions? Because you are right, Lee County was once a great place to work for, and I think we're getting there. It was, I've found a lot of pride being an educator here in this system. But somewhere along the way, we've lost the trust of the public. And so I feel like within ourselves, if we can start trusting our own department, our own chief of staff, our own business partners, the public's going to start to trust us doing the best job we can for their children. So thank you so much. I know that there's a ways to go, but you've made great strides. So thank you to your team.
Just to start, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ms. Morgan.
It was on all the time. Thank you. Yes, it's a heavy lift. It's a huge change. Belated. I have a couple of comments, actually several comments. First of all, I love the idea of focusing on employee relations. Secondly, I thought just focusing on employee engagement survey results. I mean, just little things like that can make a huge difference, but we've all talked about that. PeopleSoft. I'm sitting here laughing out loud when you talk about you have a system and you change the system to match your process instead of changing your process to work with the system. That was a 90s problem. Everybody else has gotten long past that.
Right.
That's the way it is. And I'm thinking, in terms of operational efficiency and what's happening with jobs. Yes, we're eliminating tasks that are automated. We're no longer essential, but we're also identifying lots of work, meaningful work that hasn't taken place that has to be done. That's where your efficiencies come from, and I think the superintendent pointed to that. I think Now, let's see, where do I start? So I like the out-of-the-box national recruiter. I think if the sooner we get that off the ground, the better, because we'll find out whether or not it really matters.
Right.
The two problems I anticipate. One, you know that PD has moved from one side of the house to the other. So I expect staff there'll be a lot of pushback, not from this particular change, but just looking at change generally, because that piece is something we have done before and it was not successful. I think people are going to watch and wait, as opposed to saying, yes, I see an opportunity for my department, for my school. Been there, done that, so I think it's really, really, really important that people see with those initial steps that it's working, and I think it's really, really, really important that the people who will be on this board after November of '24 are committed to supporting the process, the culture, and the people in place. Because there are people out there who are waiting for the change and waiting for things to go back the way they were. So that's a negative way to end, but I think it's yeah, it is. It's a warning.
Right, you're right, though. There's a lot of changes, and we have to be steadfast in the leadership of this transformation.
We really do, and I think a lot of the changes that we've made, or I shouldn't say we've sort of facilitated a lot of change culture and things like that, but nothing is as dramatic as this. And this will be, whether you can pull this off, will be, well, we'll see. But I think it's great. I think if, as Ms. Jada
Langford Fleming.
Langford Fleming
I have the same problem sometimes.
oh my gosh, said, you get your credibility from everybody holding on to this thing, nurturing this thing, committing to this thing. So I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely, our biggest problem is shortage of employees, whether it's teachers, bus drivers, support staff. And this is the best thing I've seen so far to address that. And from what I heard from the whole board saying how they like it, I think that gives the superintendent his direction. I don't think we need to do thumbs anywhere. Okay. So if we can make that happen, Ms. Morgan, I totally agree to getting that national recruiter on board. I mean, we've got the
RO,
thank you. That's coming along right away, and the rest of it's all going to fall in place along with PeopleSoft. So I think those are important pieces. One problem I noticed or been told about that wasn't addressed, and y'all probably are addressing it, but you get a new hire, let's say in May, but they don't start till the next year. How do you stay in touch with them?
So that would be in the onboarding process, and we need to have a more robust onboarding process. Part of that system-driven, but part of it is people-driven. And since COVID, we've allowed a system to do our onboarding, and we need to change that.
Because, it'd be sad to get someone hired and all of a sudden no one really contacts them for a few months and then they don't end up coming. I mean, and I know that's happened.
Right.
So we just need to make sure we stay on top of that.
You're right.
So if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's a unique way of blending a couple of comments together, right? To Hillary's point, while we may be automating some things, by automating, we're increasing the human touch, right? And there's a reason why human resources has human in it, right? The other piece of it is, as you think about those types of situations where, as a former principal, I would hire somebody in May, or I'd pick up a transfer. I was taught in my professional development about the importance of retention and staying in touch with those people, which is one of the reasons why, I'm sorry that it's like watching a tennis match. Sometimes the professional development ball is on one side of the net and then it's on the other side of the net. But generally, when you look across school districts, professional development is in human resources. And it's because it's not just the academic side of the house we want to develop. We also need to develop the mechanic who someday may be supervising all of the mechanics. And just because he or she is a really great wrench turner doesn't necessarily make them a really great supervisor. So we have to develop that person's leadership capabilities as well, so that when they do lead, they're in a better position to be successful. So I'm just trying to pull a lot of this together. And yes, it's Herculean work. And I'm glad Hillary has devised it in terms of laying it out in stages, and then we can monitor. But with the board's discussion today, it gives me great direction to then work with Chief of Staff, Mr. Ramirez, and we start working on the budgetary process, and we come back and inform you either through the board update or one-on-ones as to how we're progressing.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Now we'll head on to the very first presentation that we skipped over. The agenda review for November 21st.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to the members of the board for allowing us to readjust the agenda. Moving forward to be able to do this. So we had a number of questions that were turned in. Well, first begins on the consent for academic services, which is section I of the agenda. I-9, the approval of the memorandum of understanding with the foundation of Lee County Public Schools. The questions begin with explain the MOU with the foundation. Do you have other positions in the district being funded by the foundation? Student Services has no other funded positions from the foundation, and at this time I have not been able to confirm. I've been able to confirm some of the positions the foundation has, that while they may be technically school board employees, the foundation is actually paying those salaries over at the foundation. But I've not yet been able to confirm that we do not have any other supported positions here within the district, either partially or fully funded. I will get that in the board update. The questions continue with, will this position be advertised? Actually, this is a shared funded position, and we'll be utilizing two individuals who currently work in the MTSS as in working with these interventions in peer mediation, because they align with their roles in the tiered interventions required by multi-tier systems of support. Sorry, I used MTSS like everybody understood what that was. So when we look at students, we look at levels of support. There are individuals who do this work, and this particular work that is being financed with the Listen Project and other things actually fits within that. So the foundation is funding $81,000 from September 1 to June 30, 2024. That $87,000 amount was approved through the foundation. Two people are funded at 50% from the district and 50% from the foundation. So yes, that $81,000 is based on their salaries, and yes, it will be paid back to September. In terms of the intervention specialists, these are again two current members in this position. The funding just shifted to split fund those positions, and again, those positions exist. And finally, will this be a job share, or will this be their only job? In a sense, it's a job share. The two individuals who are currently working in MTSS will add these interventions, the peer mediation piece, which align with their current roles. So there are two individuals who do this work, so in a sense they share the responsibility of making this program a successful one. So the problem with the word job share is I'm not quite sure. Sometimes that means somebody works the morning, or somebody works Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, somebody works Thursday, Friday. So in this particular case, we're just saying they're sharing the responsibilities of assuring the outcome. So that takes care of I-9. Are there any additional questions? I-12, there was a question about homeless students. How many do we presently serve? I made the comment in the previous presentation that when you say we're 100% staffed, by Tuesday we would be 90% staffed. Currently, when we pulled the number, which was last evening, we have 2,152 students who are identified as being homeless within our school district. That was the question on I-12. Any follow-up to homelessness with children and youth? The next is a consent item from operations. It's M7. It's the approval to increase the expenditures for the ITN number N207380RC for paving services. There is an actual ask for an increase to the board's previous amount approved, increasing the expenditure by $2.4 million. With the contracting provider that was previously approved. This ITN was previously approved by the board on March 28th, 2023 for the bid period from April 19th through April 18th. The question is, why wasn't the $2 million for South Fort Myers High School part of that agenda? The expenditure for the running track included on the previous board agenda was for approval for what we identified as need. We had not at that time selected Fort Myers, South Fort Myers for replacement. So it is whether this was an oversight, and the additional question of whether this increase as amount was not budgeted. The March agenda states possible expenditure for the running tracks pending rotation schedule. At that time, South was not identified. It did become identified for the new fiscal year projects. Other paving projects from Hurricane Andrew and the new fiscal year budget used up that expenditure. So now there's not enough money for us to complete the identified South Fort Myers track. So this need is due to the timing of the agenda. The agenda item came in March versus the new fiscal year project where South was identified. We're going to need the additional dollars because we spent money recovering from the hurricane and not just doing tracks but other paving services. We're good. Are we good? M15, increase to the expenditures for the ITN N187334LN. This is the Indoor Air Quality Environmental Consulting, Asbestos, Lead Abatement, Microbial Remediation, and Remodeling and Painting. There was a question to please provide the initial contracts for these vendors. Please provide a list of all expenditures, include the date and services. That, at last count, is over 76 pages. I will make sure that that's placed in the board update, and we provide all that information so that we can look at what we've been spending and who we've been spending it with. We'll make sure that you have that. Why was the increase not recommended at the renewal of February 23? When the bid period from February 26, 2023 through February 25, 2024 was approved, not all proposals and estimates were available for the remaining drywall and other repairs attributed to Hurricane Ian. So the actual expenditures and the ask for the $750,000 increase is specifically $500,000 for drywall repairs resulting from Hurricane Ian, and then $250,000 for the day-to-day work of the maintenance department as it's related to making those and other repairs. I just lost my... Apologies. Advise the expenditures actually being done. Please advise detailed expenditures of what is actually being done. We will make sure that we have we'll attach something called the drywall IAQ SRs for 10/12/23, which provides a breakdown, and then in the answer to the first question, when we provide all of that information as to how we've expended the dollars, that question will be answered in the board update. Anything else on M15? M20, approval of the Architectural Amendment 3 and the increase of the total cost estimate, Revision 4, of the Veterans Park Academy of the Arts renovation, Phase 2, Lemuel Teal Middle School, and shared campus black box theater facilities. Can you explain the need for an increase and why this was not initially budgeted? The increase in the design fee for the architect is to provide an investigative study into the building's exterior brick facade. This was not part of the original work when we renovated Lemuel Teal. We are noticing not only at Lemuel Teal to the board, but also at other schools, we are finding evidence of exterior envelope failures, which is allowing moisture inside some of our brick surfaces into what's called the internal cavity of the wall. That unforeseen condition was not included in the original design and scope and directives, and we are seeing some of this at other buildings. I've been keeping you updated on Bonita Springs specifically. So if you go to a school building right now to the public and you see the lintel, which is the area above a window where a mason may be up pulling bricks, we are looking to see where the moisture is generating from and making some decisions about how best to seal that off, because if water gets in behind the paint and the outside
Major problem.
the outside surface of the brick, then water can be absorbed and the life of the brick is impacted. So we are taking a look. Can you advise where those Lemuel tool leaks are? And a short list would be in the office main entrance windowsills on the north elevation, the northwest corner, section A of classrooms 101 and 102, the boys' locker room area, the girls' locker room area, specifically the southwest corner in section B, the northeast corner, section C, room 40, room 40G, room 38, 037, and those are fish numbers. Don't be looking for them as being numbered, 123, but on the outside you'll see a classroom number and the fish number is always, and I can get, potentially I will ask Mr. Stevens and Mr. Ross to get us potentially just an overview of the Lemuel Teal map, and maybe we can mark those particular areas. It'll make it a little more understanding as to where they're occurring. Can you provide me the total cost of the Lemuel Teal Middle School renovations and expectations for additional repairs and expenditures? The total Lemuel Teal, or the old Lambs building, had an encumbered value of $18.493018, so $18,493,018, which did not include furniture, fixtures, and equipment. That was just to do the work to help repair and renovate Lemuel Teal. The anticipated addition expenditures for all work remaining for VPAA, Black Box, and Lemuel Teal buildings is projected to be $38,625,000. This is a budget estimate, not including any potential Lemuel Teal brick facade repairs that we just potentially discussed. We are in the process of working with a vendor to determine what that architect to make determinations of what those costs for the brick repair would be. Give me the expenditure, please give me the expenditure for the Black Box. The only expenditure to date is in the design documents, which were covered in the value of the Phase 1 board approval. The Black Box Theater, which is to be shared between Lemuel Teal and VPAA, was put on hold for future development and inclusion in a campus-wide improvement of VPAA Lemuel Teal campus. In other words, we focused on getting that school building ready, and we held off movement on the Black Box. The design team will be providing 100% design documents to the district this coming week, November 20th, 2023, for the remaining master plan scope. Upon review of the drawings, and the Black Box drawings will be issued then to a construction manager for bidding and a guaranteed maximum price. The GMP and total cost for that increase will be brought to the board for approval at a future action meeting. So that's my updates. Those are the questions that I received, and that last particular item for the record was M20.
Do we have any other questions? Yes, Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you for that. And you may have to refresh my memory, but I know Lemuel Teal Middle School had, we had one budget and then we had to increase it because and now we're adding and there's issues and we're having to pay additional for the leaks, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Generally, when we went about the renovation of Lemuel Teal, I would go back to the whole process for the board and the community. The original goal was that particular facility would be added to VPAA, creating a 3,900 seat, up to 3,900 seat school. As superintendent, I spoke with the board at the time. I don't believe that any school campus should be 3,900 students. And if we were delivering 3,900 students to that particular campus all at the same time on those particular substreets in East Lee County, we could have had a very difficult disaster on our hands. The other aspect is we were in need of middle school seats out on the east side as well. So the opportunity was provided for us to split the project, continue to do small renovations at VPAA, continue to look at the Black Box, but to shift Lemuel Teal is the development of a freestanding, separate schedule, different time of day, middle school, adding those necessary seats to the east area of our county. That being said, when we started the renovation, there were minimum things that needed to be done, but as we began to pressure wash and clean exterior brick, we found lots of things like the awnings of Lemuel Teal now at the time had duct tape placed over holes that were consistently in the that particular flashing and when we sprayed it, we had to add flashing to the project. We have fixed the air conditioners as they exist at Lemuel Teal. We did the necessary repairs so that the kids could have a safe air system, but that air system has been identified by maintenance and others as we looked at it more closely. That is going to need to be replaced. Additionally, we've turned up this new issue that was exposed at construction, but we didn't know the cause of it. So now we've dug into the reason why some of the brick has is deteriorating or has residue that bleeds through and comes to the other side of the wall, and we are attempting to find out exactly how to get that fixed and put a cost on it to bring forward to you. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Giovanelli. If there's more, if you have a follow-up to me, I can try to tell you where I could go next.
Well, it kind of does. I feel like we keep putting Band-Aids on that school, and I just want to make sure that we get it right. That's all. And that's mainly my concern, because I know we've put money into it, and I'm concerned that we want to, like I said, we want to make sure we get it right. So would these repairs be under paid by the house sales tax, or will it come out of the capital? That's what I'm curious. Do you know?
I will apologize to you. Rather than answering incorrectly, I would like to make sure I have confirmed research on that. I'll add that to the question.
That's fine. Thank you. I look forward to being the update. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll be going down into the pit for the next reorg part of the workshop, but let's take a break and convene down there at 2 p.m. That's like 9 minutes, 10 minutes. I think I was over there.
I was the last one.
Do you?
I have faith in us.
You're pretty funny. I have to give you credit. That was funny.
Testing.
Hey, Chris. She's making these corn dogs. They could be any kind, but it's a corn dog. Looks like a corn dog, but you could fill it with whatever, and then she makes the batter. It's a great idea. I'm like, like, give me your stuff, because if every event somebody has to use you, because I love giving.
I'm thinking about changing it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I forgot all about that. Because she was showing me all this stuff. One is decorated. She has Cheerios, tricks.
Savage, would you like to do your thing?
Be my pleasure, Chairman. So just due to the technology, while each of the board members have their ability to click on the attachments live, in order for the public to follow along, this presentation station has to actually be used so they can follow along with us. So we'll all be doing this in real time together. But I just want to say good afternoon to Chairman, Vice Chairman, Board, Superintendent Bernier, and Attorney Dupree Bruno. Today we are here for your annual board discussion as it pertains to the board and how it functions as a collective group. This is actually a prep meeting for the board's annual reorganization, where the board organizes itself as required by statute. However, the functions that we will discuss today are more about best practice and the annual refinement that the board does as individuals that come together and commit to functioning as a collective decision-making body. Before I get to the agenda, it's customary typically that the board doesn't get into the weeds of the operational elements of the district. But this is different. This is a workshop where you are really expected to get into the weeds to really discuss how you as a group function. So today, the weeds are fair game because it's all about your weeds. So that said, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the agenda. One big difference between today and other days is that we're not going to wait until the end for the board discussion. Because this session is really done almost solely to help facilitate even more board discussion, and specifically in the very specific areas that are called out within your board protocol manual, which again I want to remind you is intended to serve as the artifact that describes for you how to go about your work as a collective body. We're going to start just by orienting you to the new structure of the manual so that there is an understanding of all the ways that this is designed to make it easier for you to use this document. Then we will go section by section, and I've got kind of the sections clustered into groups because that's an opportunity for you to actually discuss and then potentially revise your way of work. All of this is really for you as a board, so feel free to make any adjustments as you see fit. And also, I want to remind you that while this is your annual moment, where this is a planned activity, nothing precludes you from making adjustments at a later time as well. So this isn't a case of speak now or forever hold your peace, because at any time that you convene as a board, really in any of your formal settings, workshop, briefing, or board action meeting, you can collectively make direction on this, because this is done as a procedural document. So we are much more rapid in our ability to make those changes based on your board collective direction. Among the substantive review that we're going to look into today, so back to the agenda piece, that's the second item, our substantive review. We're going to look at the proposed meeting dates for the upcoming year, as well as the proposed board acknowledgements for this calendar year, 2024. And those are full year-long lists, so we want to make sure you have time to review those, not just today, but before you formally adopt at the upcoming action meeting during your board reorganization. The other piece that we'll make sure to talk about, and we'll do this last, those items we're going to do last in our discussion, is also just any initial conversations you'd like to have about the officer positions for the board. That doesn't mean you're making decisions today, you're not, but if you want to have any preliminary discussion prior to that meeting, this is another opportunity for you to do that. It's also a chance for you to bring up any other suggestions. So we've already received a few notices from the board members of different items of things they'd like to discuss today. So we'll make sure that when we come to the corresponding section that we give voice to that suggestion, as well as any other conversation that you as a board want to have in those structures, in those areas. All right, so without further ado, we're going to really use the manual today as kind of to guide our discussion, because that is intended to how it's supposed to be. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the manual live. That is our current draft manual. You might notice that this manual has gone from nearly 100 pages down to 24 pages. And that is intentional. Well, I'm sure everyone likes to read 100 pages, but what this is intending to do is try to make it more like a web page. And so while I have it here digitally on the screen for everyone, you'll see just how easy it is. It starts with our cover page, which simply just updates with the different board members. But really where you'll start to notice is when you get to the table of contents. You can click on any of these areas and it will immediately take you to that section of the document. So for the sake of this, I'm actually going to start at the very end. We're going to go all the way to end to Roman numeral section 17, which is the very last one. And this is the board and board office process documentation. So I'm sure over the years you've heard, well, where's that process document? Or Kathy, where did you have that? Can you send it to us? Or, oh, that's in the superintendent's office. Or Mr. Ramirez. Well, now we're trying to put it all in one place. So if you're ever trying to remember where a process document was related to your work or your work with your colleagues in the board office, our executive assistants there, it's all there, including all the lists that we maintain. So when you're trying to remember which board liaison serves on which particular one, or I'm trying to remember that list of acknowledgements, all of it is intended to be there, and it's immediately hyperlinked to the most recently adopted document. So that's why it's done as a hyperlink, because if you publish this document tomorrow, if we make a change, we don't republish it again, and so now you'd have to play that back and forth. So this way, it attaches to those. Some of them live on our website, some of them live in document containers. So I wanted to take you to this one first because it's a big shift from the way it was done in the past, where they did photocopies, and some of those documents were years and years old, and they were really outdated. So this is a much more elegant way to do that. So with that said, you can click on any of these. These are hyperlinks, so if they're web-based, they'll take you directly to those sources. Some of them are from the FSBA, some of them are statute, some of them are board policy. Every single link will take you to exactly where that lives, so including all your own board policies. You don't have to memorize them, they're linked in here for you as well. So when the board went through all that work with the bylaws, we don't have to do it twice. It's right there. It helps you find them easily based on the section. So we're going to go back to the beginning on the structural piece. And before I get into the substantive review, because that's going to be the bulk of our work is substance review, I first just want to ask any questions about structure. So I've covered a lot of that pretty quickly. I think it's pretty straightforward, but if there's any questions, yes, Ms. Morgan.
My question is, where is the document housed? It used to be housed, I thought, in the library section of the board docs. I don't think it's there now.
No.
So I'm asking that it be put in one place.
We can certainly place the document wherever the board would like and wherever you'd want, whether it's through public access or whatnot. The current landing space for us is that it lives in the superintendent's 9001 drive, which allows all the secretaries to utilize it. But we can actually place this, because it's a PDF, we can upload it, we can put it wherever the board would like. on that? So that's a great question. Where does it live?
I think the library is a good place for it on board docs. Just so we know where it is.
You got it. Board doc library. All right, I'll make sure to evaluate that with staff and then make sure that's something we can do. And if we can't, I'll make sure to have you receive that. Board library. Board docs library. Great. Great. All right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start the first. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher.
Green, yeah.
This is green, right?
Yeah, okay, just checking. Well, you colorblind?
Dr. Savage, if you can't do that, could you alternatively create some kind of alias on the desktop that goes to the network drive for that?
Yes. Yeah, we certainly could. Yeah, I'm confident that one definitely could be accommodated. It's the library I'm not sure about, but I'll check into that first one. Any other questions before we move into the substantive review? All right. So we're going to go ahead and look at sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, Roman numerals, and that is board correspondence, phone calls received in the board office, social networking, and board member editorial newsletter. These are really the primary methods of communication that are outlined in the board protocol manual. So for this particular section, we're going to go over those areas. I will notice that one of our board members has introduced an area that we want to have some discussion on, and that is section 1 in correspondence relating to the standard email reply. And that was Ms. Morgan, if you want the opportunity to articulate that as well.
Thank you, yes. Thank you, yes. We had agreed that we were using the standard email reply, and I recognize that many of us, given the pleas that we receive from some of our constituents, feel obligated to respond to the content in some way. But what concerns me is that I have seen emails in response to the correspondent that say, one, we didn't do a good job, two, it doesn't suggest that there's more than one side to the story and that the resolution belongs with the superintendent's office, and it's not for us to render an opinion before the superintendent has had an opportunity to respond. So, it's really not a matter of changing it, but I think it's more a matter of being sensitive to our role and responsibility when responding to constituents about matters that really belong to the superintendent. Yes, I acknowledge the pain or the confusion or whatever, but this, and it needs that. So that's an editorial comment by me. We've not had a discussion as a board about how we handle correspondence. I'm just throwing that out there.
Jordan.
And I have to agree, because I know that I did have that conversation with Mr. Bruno as soon as I finished my ethics training, because it actually spoke on that, on making sure that you're not giving your opinion and as you answer response and before you share them. Because even when you're sharing them with the response on there, I am now telling you, this is how I feel, and I am saying this to all of you. So that was part of the ethics training as well.
I haven't gotten that far. Thank you.
And the other thing about it is that your email gives you one side. So you don't know the other side. So, yeah. Right, I think that's good for all of us to remember. Any other?
Yes, any other questions? And that's a great example of the type of discussion that can be elevated, but any particular questions in any of sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, just because they can sometimes interrelate. So as you review those sections in particular, anything else that you notice that either you'd like clarified or that you'd like to amend or refine in any way?
Jordan?
Can I say something? Even though that if we're sending it out to the whole, that's one thing, but I think we still have the sorry that I feel like my...
No, you're fine.
That we still have, as elected officials, the opportunity to reach out, make a phone call to the people if there's a phone number there, or send them an email personally to them on how you feel or whatever else you want to say to them, as long as we're not sharing that out to everybody, because then it does look like it's about us as a whole. I just wanted to clarify that.
On the standard email.
I have
Okay, go, oh yes, Ms. Patrica.
If I may, sticking with the correspondence, I think there is some confusion in the community regarding responses from the board. So it's my understanding that if typically it's the chair that responds. When we all get an email, it's the chair that responds on our behalf. But sometimes, an individual will send an email to each of us individually. And if I respond to that and I copy all of you, it's sort of considered a response from the board. Yet we've had some recent, I don't want to call it a complaint, but people have come to us and said, I sent an email and only one of you responded. So perhaps we could clean up that standard response to include a statement that a response by one is considered a response by all, or something along those lines, so that people don't feel like their emails are not being responded to. I know that, at least from my perspective, the purpose of this is to make sure that our inboxes don't get overfilled with the same exact response over and over again. And in the same way, we don't want to fill up everyone else's inboxes with the same response from 7 different people. So I don't know if there's a way for us to clarify that with the community. When they send an email to one and get a response, it's considered a response by all. Am I making sense?
Yes, Ms. Jordan.
Sorry. So if I see that other people have wrote to someone, I will personally write, I've seen that you have, that whoever, Ms. Giovanelli, Mr. Fisher, they have already responded, and send it to the proper channels. Thank you. Just so they know that, yes, I have actually read it, and that's the end of my conversation with them.
That's sort of simple. To be honest with you, I look at it, and if someone's responded to all and sent it to the superintendent, I figure it's a done deal, and I usually will not respond. The only thing I have a problem with the standard email is it sometimes needs to be modified because we have to add the attorney. Because it might be illegal. If it's something to do with legal, I would think you'd send it to the attorney or to the superintendent and the attorney. That's the only thing. So you have to be a little careful there. But I know I've gotten certain things that I've sent to the attorney. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. And what about the board office email? Because a lot of the times we're just forwarding back onto the superintendent that's already seen it, but then I'm like, we need to reply, but do we need, that's what I meant. I always get kind of confused on that. I usually just reply acknowledging it's already been sent to the superintendent. That's what so that board office email kind of confuses me sometimes with that. By standard, I tend to reply just in case, but I don't want to flood everyone's inboxes either, so.
I think this will have to be tweaked for each time, or sometimes. I mean, you can't just copy this and use it every time, because if the superintendent has already been sent it by the person and say, oh, I'm forwarding this to the superintendent, seems sort of, so you could say something that I say that you acknowledge that you sent it and that it's been already sent to the superintendent. But overall, I think it's a good template. Giovanelli?
Am I supposed to turn this on?
Green light.
Oh, I'm sorry, I received a message from communications that if you could, your mics are all on, but if you could pull them closer to your voice, that would help them get that through. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just curious because I'm unaware, I'm not getting copied back in. If the chair is responding to emails, I don't know that I'm not seeing that. So I'm only, I see what I do, but I mean, I'm not seeing a copied in where, I sometimes see Mr. Fisher's, but that's not the chair. So I'm not seeing that things are being responded to. And I don't like to let things go too long. So that's one of my concerns, because I'm not seeing that being done. I mean, we need to be copied in to know that someone did respond. Otherwise, we are doing it. A couple of us are doing it again, I know that I've seen something come through, and I think we might did it almost at the same time, not aware that one did it and the other, you know what I mean? So I think we really need to know that things are being responded to timely.
Again, when I see it, I will respond unless someone else has already responded, and I think probably any chair will be doing that.
But are you replying to all? Because I'm
Yes.
not being,
Yeah.
I went back and looked, I don't have anything where you copied me in on a response. Just went back and pulled up, and I don't have any CC from you.
I'll check where it says board members. They're supposed to put all of them in there, so
Yeah,
that
I
could be
don't
an
see
oversight.
stuff from you.
Thank
I'm
you
not
for
seeing
bringing
it.
that to my attention.
I don't know, sometimes we've had a problem with the actual board members. I know Ms. Fisher thought she was sending stuff to board members, and it was an old board member list. So I'm wondering,
It could be the same, so I'll check on that. Thank you.
okay.
Mr. Fisher?
Thank you again. So then, getting back to the board office email, are we supposed to be replying to that?
No,
Okay.
I assume that that's the response, the candid response, and then it's being dealt with at the superintendent's office. Sometimes I'll go back and ask the superintendent what was the outcome, and he'll respond back. But I don't do that to everybody else because I may be the only one that cared, at that moment. You know what I'm saying, that particular thing. So it's not everything, but it's just, so he'll respond to me or to everybody. It doesn't matter, but I know that the board office is taking care of it.
Okay, then that brings up another question. I'm not trying to add any more work for anyone. I'm just, sometimes, and I'll reach out, to either Dr. Bernier or Mr. Ramirez or something. Sometimes I don't know if the superintendent's following up on something. I know they are, but like we're the process, and some of us keep, like you said, you don't want anything to let go, to let it, fester or keep continuing, but then,
Right.
you kind of know where the progress is. I know there's not an easy solution to that, so. Sometimes why I reply and stuff, because I don't know where we're at. I just want to make sure anything isn't missed, so.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I don't have any issue with all of you following up with me on something. We generally try to follow up, or I expect another staff member to handle the situation. Depending on what the situation is, I assign a staff member to it. If you look at my inbox, it's full of red messages, and the staff, like for instance, when we go to FSBA, they're not big fans of my time with the superintendents because I can look at more emails. And what I'll do is I'll start from the bottom and start to work my way up and send emails about, has this been handled? I didn't get a follow-up on this, right? And it's just, they giggle when I get back because they're like, God, you must have had time on your hands because we got all those emails from you. So I do like that follow-up. And I do like the message. I think the message is very clear that you put something out, and you all have a slight different nuance to it. I don't know that it's always used verbatim, but I also think, and I don't want to speak for our attorney, I just appreciate being copied. Like a lot of times when it is a legal matter and you send it to Ms. Dupuy-Bruno, I'm on the carbon copy. So as we communicate and we work through that, we know this is a legal issue, because legal issues sometimes bleed into staff and operational issues, so it's important we have that linked communication.
All right. So we've had some good discussion on section 1. Again, if this probably gets, oh, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I just want to, before we leave each section, I'd like to talk a little bit about what we're going to do about it.
Yes.
So I heard a couple of things, especially let's go back to the original one about the board office process documentation. We will ensure that that is available to us in links and make sure that it is available in library. I think if we can do both, we should do both. It should be an ease and a convenience for board members to either go to their desktop and click and go straight to it, or if for some reason you desire to log into Board Docs or you're already in it, you have that opportunity to just easily cross-reference at the library. So we will do we will attempt to do both. As to what we've been just talking about, I heard a couple of things. There was something about sort of standardizing communication and being careful about accepting everything just at the face value. That we always have to realize that when we get a phone call or we get an email, sometimes we're getting one half of the story, and we have to work through that. A lot of times, though, I find that most emails we arrive always have some truth to them. And it's important to tease that out and ensure that we get to the bottom of that. And then following up, I got loud and clear. What What I'm unclear about for the board is if we respond, if one of you responds, is that a response? And to Ms. Patrica's question, do we want to add something to the template that says if you've received a response from another board member, understand all board members have received? I don't know what that language would look like. And then I'm not saying then an individual board member can't respond. There was just that on the table and we've left it out there. I don't know if we want to do that or not do that.
That would at least let them know that every board member has seen their email.
Yes, please.
You know, so I think that would be a good idea, to come up with some kind of language.
So you're looking for like an additional sentence within that language, sort of towards the bottom. I've also copied my fellow board members on this reply so they're aware of the matter. Please know that all the board members have seen it.
Mr. Chairman.
And may not or will not.
So may not be responding individually.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the board office gets a lot of these different emails, and the board secretaries are also on that group email of the board members at leeschools.net. So those official responses, specifically the one that talks about we're forwarding it to the superintendent, we can add language to that. But I think when board members, I want to make sure that we preserve the ability for board members to be able to communicate with their constituents as well, because that happens all the time, and we want to make sure that that is preserved, that they can do it, because it may not be something that all of the board members have. It may be something very particular to that particular board member.
That was my next question. I've been trying to keep notes about this. So if we want to add, and I don't think it's, I think the word board members, all board members may not respond, but if a board member wants to, you're more than welcome to. And then I think the board members who respond individually, I think you're all very good at this, because when I get those types of messages, I'm CC'd and the other board members aren't on that message. It's usually Kathy and I, and usually Michael, who are in the CC column. And you're responding directly to a constituent. And Kathy's point, that was the next one I have. We want to make sure that we preserve, you all have the right, you know that, to interact with anybody you want to interact with. And I think, I don't want to limit that in any way. The last thing that I had as a note, and I will ask the IT department to just go back through and check. I'll just ask Dwayne Elton to just assign somebody to it. It'll take him 5 minutes. Let's just go back and make sure that our group emails are accurate. And then if there's an old ghost of an email out there that has a set of board members, we want to remove those and make sure they're down from the system. I've never had a complaint that when I use board members, it doesn't get to you. You all respond. So sometimes it's just, sometimes of value. Occasionally, I do it occasionally. If you click on it, you can expand the contact group and you can actually see who you're writing to. So we can also self-monitor that as well. Thank you, Dr. Savage.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure, I don't believe that we should put that all members have seen that, because I don't believe that.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay, that's not going to be on there. Okay.
But I would recommend, Mr. Chairman, that the official responses from the board office and the board chair may have that language, because those are the official responses on behalf of the board.
Sounds like a
The
plan.
word,
That is
the
sent
word
all
seen, because how is he or I or how are any of us going to guarantee that I can't guarantee that Sam or any of us read that. So if we're saying that we've seen that, I may not have seen, she may not have seen it, because she said she didn't see an email that he sent.
But it goes to the language that all board members have been copied on this
Copy,
email.
okay,
Yeah,
but
that's
not
the word.
using the word that we have, like you're saying
Right.
that we did. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I noticed Ms. Giovanelli.
Sometimes I'll reply that I'm replying on behalf of the board. I mean, just in case you don't get another response or something, I do put something in there myself saying, because we do hear it from the community that I only had one response, or that's something Ms. Patrica is saying, and that, no one else has responded. Or we've had people come to the dais and say, no one's responded, yet they don't know that this is our protocol, that once one has, that we feel that that's sufficient. So I think the verbiage needs to be important that.
You should say the same thing, that I have copied the rest of the board members.
Yeah. And they're aware of the response, you know what I mean? Yes, thank you.
All right.
I'm just confused now. So thank you for your email on behalf of the board. I'm copying the superintendent. It ends with, I've also copied my fellow board members on this reply so they can be aware of the matter. Do you want any additional language past that period or not? I had penciled in, and we would bring it back for your approval. So if I copied my fellow board members on this reply so they are aware of the matter, so you may not receive a response from all. Something along those lines. In response from,
May I, Ben, Mr. Chair?
Please, go ahead.
I think that last line that Dr. Bernier just read is exactly what I'd like to see included. Because I think that leaving it at I've copied my fellow board members so they're aware of the issues does not address the expectation that they receive a response from all. Am I making sense?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Superintendent, you have your direction.
sir, I do. Thank you for the clarifications.
Please proceed.
Very good. We're on to, so still looking for any more feedback in sections 2, 3, and 4, since we've talked about section 1. 2, 3, and 4, again, are just different kinds of communications, mailed correspondence, as well as phone calls received in the board office, social networking, and the editorial newsletter. They're very brief sections, but they're all related to that communication piece. So any feedback on that, refinement, discussion?
Ms. Patrica, do you have any?
No, sir.
All right. I see none, so.
Very good.
Let me.
I'm sorry, this just dawned on me. If you go to section 4, board member, did you say 1 through 4?
Yes, you're right on.
Page 7. Under section 4, number 2. When we are writing our articles, and I love that the disclaimer's on our protocol manual, is there a way to, can we add this at the end of our article so that the public is also aware that this article, or is it already there? When it's published on the website, can we add that just so that the public is also aware that the content, any opinions expressed in this article are solely the author and do not necessarily reflect the facts, opinions, and beliefs of the school board or its affiliates? Because we're each individually writing the article, right, based on our opinions, our own each independent opinions and individualities. Could we maybe add that just as a disclaimer at the end of that, just so that the reader understands?
It should be there.
It is
That's
already
one of the
there.
reasons
Okay,
that
thank you.
this was drafted.
It is supposed to be there. I just was trying to check if it was at the beginning or the end, because I'm not sure if they start with the disclaimer or if they finish with the disclaimer. That part isn't listed in the manual, so.
Yeah, but often it's also put into the news press, and it's not there. So maybe we need to add that to our script, we'd each have to do that.
And to media, such as news press. Got it. Wonderful.
So we're talking about the newsletter articles, correct?
Correct.
Looking at one from September of 2023, and when that one concludes, it does not have this language in it. So at least what's posted on our website under board communication, so there's the school board to board member message. I'm just giving you the crumb trail to September 23. It does not have that following.
That's right.
Yeah, I think we'll work with communications and the website.
Yeah, that's why it was drafted.
Fisher.
I was actually going to say, I just did the last one and communications added it for me, so automatically.
I must like you.
Well, that one's not posted yet. On my website, it's not. It must be the current one. I'll go look for it.
So if we can get that posted, that's good.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we add that language.
All right, we can move on.
Yep.
Any other questions on any of them? All right,
All right. Now, normally we'd go on to section 5 after 4, but if you'll permit me, I'd like to do section 5 last because there's a number of big substantive items in there. It's also where we'll have our officer discussion. So we're going to proceed past 5 and jump right over to 6, which begins on page 15. So you see how big section 5 is. It pulls up quite a bit. And so when we get to section 6, this is talking about maintenance of school board policy. And while this is a very small section, it's only one paragraph, this is a major part of the board's work, which is adopting policy. And so it's just really important that if there is anything related to this particular area, that this is a huge part of the board's work moving forward. So if there's any additional guidelines you would want in that, I want to make sure we called it out separately. This also can pertain to the board attorney, really any member of the governance team. So while I keep referring to the board, truly this is a governance team activity, so really any member of the governance team can weigh in if they feel like they need to on this. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on from the maintenance, we move on to section 7, which is board development. So board development, this is I would hesitate to say even sometimes an underutilized aspect of the manual. So you heard the importance of professional development earlier in one of your earlier presentations today. Well, board development really is the critical opportunity for the group individually and collectively to enhance performance. And so a good example of what we talked about in section 1 was around correspondence, norming the board so that everyone really is reading it the same way, understands those examples. We have formal board development that can occur, which typically happens through FSBA or some other type of group, but you also have case scenarios where, let's say we wanted to take our correspondence process and actually troubleshoot some of that through scenario-based work. That could be a scheduled board workshop. I'm just using this as an example so that you understand kind of the broader nature of board development and what that can look like, so that you're able to say, okay, here's some sample emails that came, here's how we responded to it, is that kind of how we want to do that? Here's what the board office did, here's how this, those are the kinds of things that you can do so that the group can be normed around the work. This can occur both individually and collectively. So this is a critical section, and there's lots of great resources in this section and websites that it links to. As well as we've called out the 8 characteristics of an effective school board. This is from the National School Boards Association. We've preserved that content that was in the prior manual. We've left it there, but it also links it to the larger policy papers that in the backup of why they are at this level, why these things are very important. But they're really critical pieces. We talk about the use of data and so forth. So anytime you as a collective group want to invest in your workshop time for board development and schedule it throughout your calendar year, I'm just reminding you of that opportunity. And it doesn't always have to be through the formalized FSBA Master Board training or any of those, though those links are all provided as well. It can be one-off situations that are of interest to individual or collective board members. Additionally to that, in this section, we have the school board philosophy, which links directly to your policy that defines it. And then my personal favorite, the strategic plan. So the strategic plan, the idea in the strategic plan, and it's already been referenced numerous times. The superintendent mentioned earlier, board members mentioned it. As you move, through this last year before you transition to an elected superintendent area, the strategic plan is really that opportunity where the governance team comes together to say, this is our work. And so it's really important that we don't just have a philosophy that we believe in, but that we actually have a manifested way of doing that. And that's why these two things are side by side, the philosophy and the strategic plan, to have that, as well as a link to the plan and the policy around the plan. So all those links are there in this section. The last part of it that I want to make sure I mention before just opening up for board discussion on any aspect of this is the school board self-evaluation. One collective way to drive your development as a group is that annual self-evaluation that you all do. And that doesn't stop. Even though you won't be evaluating the superintendent as an elected position, you still get to evaluate your collective group. And it's not done to poke holes or anything. It's done to really identify how you can be better. Because even if you're a great board, you can always be better. And that's what this section entails. And so all of this is really about development and growth. So that's why these things are all set together. So that said, I want to turn things over to the board for any discussion you have related to this particular section.
All right, board, any comments? I do know that we are going to be doing the master board training. So, one thing, just want to put that on record there.
Mr. Chairman, I also think that for policy 01, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Mr. Chairman, I also think that this goes along with the section with regards to school board policy, because you do have a policy 0171 that requires the board to also evaluate how its policies are working throughout the district with regards to student achievement, with regards to staffing, all kinds of different things that perhaps could be tied into the evaluation. And again, as you're transferring or preparing for an elected superintendent, this is also a good way to gauge how the district is doing in applying the policies and the directives of the board.
Should we, board, how do you feel about possibly doing that at the same time in June? Sort of doing both evaluations. Patricia, you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that I understood what Attorney Dupree-Bruno said or how it relates. Could you repeat that, maybe explain it differently?
Sure. Yeah. So policy 0171 states that the board will also evaluate how policies have been implemented and their general effectiveness. The board will rely on such metrics as summaries of surveys administered to the school staff, students, and community, student data collected by the district, including but not limited to student assessment results, graduation statistics, attendance records, financial reports, and other relevant information to provide evidence of the effect of the policies it has adopted.
Okay, I understand that, but what suggested change would we be making with that in mind?
It wasn't a suggested change. It was more, as you're doing your evaluation, this is also part of something that the board adopted in its policies to review its effectiveness or the effectiveness of your policies. And then I mentioned, as you are getting ready for an elected superintendent, this is another matrix to see how the district is doing in terms of your directives through your policies.
Ms. Jordan?
I think that would be a great thing to add on, because even though we cannot evaluate the superintendent, this is a way of evaluating. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you so much, Mr. Bruno, for bringing that up.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
If I may, I think, Ms. Patrica, I don't know if this will help or not, but I'll try to do a concrete example. For instance, you have a policy on P cards. And if there was consistent information throughout a school year where P card abuse or P cards were being questioned or purchases regarding P card, you might want to revisit the policy, although it's a Neola policy, but, never mind, that one was drafted by us, I stand corrected. But I think that would be an area that if there was something where you perceive that the district is not following your policies, that would be a great opportunity for it to come up. And then for me, that would adjust how I would move forward to ensure we were more tightly coupled between policy and procedure.
Mr. Savage, you know anyone that could put together a form that we could evaluate all these policies at the same time? You would be able to know anyone?
Well, you were reading my mind. So because the current self-evaluation is a form, we could absolutely call out one of the evaluation items that specifically tethers to that policy, references it, so it's clear to the public and to anyone that this is how those two are related, and then have an opportunity for board members, even from an individual perspective, to highlight specific policies that come to mind through that mass capture. That information can be provided to the superintendent, and that way we'd capture, if even only one board member remembers, oh yeah, P cards, to his example, that would be a very elegant way to do it on at least an annual basis. And I think that would satisfy both needs of what the attorney suggested, as well as what Dr. Bernier just mentioned as a case example. Would that be satisfactory?
I believe so.
Wonderful. All right, well then I'll make sure to make a note to include that in the self-evaluation with that policy reference as well.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any other conversation or discussion about the board development section there?
See none?
All right, very good. Then we will move on to sections 8 and 9. These sections right here, the next one is related to the use and request for information, data collection analysis. You currently have a methodology where information is provided primarily in the board weekly or one-to-ones, but what this does is the magnitude, it captures the magnitude of the request so that if it's going to take substantial time, that an individual has asked that it really requires the board's ask instead, that the board has an interest in information, and so the current time listed is 1.5 hours as an estimate. But I just wanted to open this as well as section 9, the orientation to the new members for any board discussion related to how that's working for you presently as a process.
Mr. Chair, may I jump in?
Yes, please.
I'd like to ask you and Mrs. Langford Fleming and Mr. Fisher, how was new board member orientation for you? Because you are the most recent ones to go through it. Is there anything you'd like to see added, taken away, tweaked in some way? Or is what we have here sufficient based on what your needs were when you came on board?
Great point.
I'll go first this time. Overstep. Anyway, I thought the orientation was good, but actually going through it like this, I wish we had done that for the new board members. So I was going to later suggest that we incorporate this next year. I know we had, was it Miss Andrea came down and basically taught us how to get along with each other. But I'm not real sure, but we really didn't get into the substance of this. And I think this is actually much better. So the other board members, new ones? Go ahead.
Fine. I thought it was very useful. I was actually commenting to chairpersons. It was about a year ago, actually, to today, I think a year and a day or something like that, that we first sat in these same seats down here. So I thought it was very helpful. The only thing, like chairperson said, I would agree with that. That would be helpful. The other thing is, and this is part of just experience, is kind of, a little bit better understanding of some of, maybe from the board members, the prior board members or ones before us that are here, I should say, institutional knowledge. So, and all of you have been great because I've bugged many of you about things, but sometimes, it comes up like, well, this is the way we normally do it. And, I don't know the way we normally did it. So some of those kind of things, I mean, any anecdotes for that, moving forward for the next time, that would be helpful. So besides that, I thought it was very good.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. Thank you for asking about that, Mrs. Patrica. While I thought Andrea did a great job at sort of the initial introduction, and I understand why that was, because it was a year where there were seats taken over, whereas this year we're on the, flip-floppy of that. So I understand the reasoning behind it, but yes, having something like where we broke down and went through the protocol manual would have been incredibly helpful. It was sort of a learning as you go for the first several meetings, I would say. Even though we read it, on our own, it's different to see it spoken about and then put into action. So I would agree with both of you.
All right. Any other comments? Ms. Giovanelli?
So when I came on, this is what we did. This is exactly what we did, went through the manual like that. So I believe it is beneficial because it's the ins and outs of what a board member is to do. And it pretty much is the play-by-play book of that. So I would agree with y'all, and I'm glad to hear the same feedback. But I wanted to go back up to the use and request for information, data collection. I have no problem. I don't believe this has been an issue with the present superintendent. Whatever we ask for, we get. And I just wanted to bring that up because I think it's important, because there was a time when we did not get it and we were not able to receive the information that was important to do our job. So I just wanted to thank the superintendent for that, and I just wanted to make that public statement that we don't have issues, we get what we need, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, any other comments?
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment, but it's not related.
Okay.
Dr. Savage, I noticed that On page 17, and I'm just noticing this now, under school board philosophy, we need to add the rest from 0126 on there. There's about 3 or 4 that we need to add.
Okay. Something missing from 0126. I will take a look at that.
That's just because we just adopted that policy.
Okay. Hence why we like hyperlinks instead of the verbatim quoting it. It just saves, it's more efficient, so that's a good example. But we'll get the rest of that added in. Attorney Prebiero, thank you. All right, moving on to Section 10. Section 10 and 11, actually. This is much more condensed now. These sections actually used to take up 40 to 50 pages, and now they are down to 1 because they're all hyperlinked. And this is, so the first section 10 is the school board personnel. So this is how the school board provides oversight for the 3 employees, the auditor, the attorney, and the superintendent, as well as input to the superintendent regarding the evaluation of the executive assistants. We also have hyperlinked the job descriptions, so if there's any revisions to those automatically will update with those links. Furthermore, the evaluation of the same staff, those links as well as the policies as they revise are also there as well. So any question about the school board personnel as well as the evaluation of the staff and so forth?
Jordan.
We used to have, I know when I first got here, we evaluated, is the executive assistants would be like Latanya and Lizette. Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm speaking on the right. So we used to actually be part of the evaluation when I first was here. And then that disappeared. And then we were able to add, our thoughts or, how we felt, had conversation about that, but then that went completely away. So if this is on here, we need to make sure that we are adhering to this and that we're doing this.
I will be happy to ensure that Chief of Staff, Mr. Ramirez, who actually does that work, includes a way, without Mr. Savage having to create another form, creates a way for us to be able to gather, whether it's meeting with you one-on-one or you provide some written direction as to the persons you work with most directly.
Thank you, because I think that we would have a lot to offer on that.
Any other comments on this? Ms. Patrica, do you have any?
No, sir, thank you.
I do notice that for this year, we still have the superintendent of schools as an employee.
Right.
You're adding the school board auditor, so that's good. So obviously it'll have to be tweaked next year.
Yes.
That's all I had.
All right, we'll move on to sections 12 and 13, which are leave requests and vacancies. So again, these are pretty straightforward. The process is related to leave requests and how each employee handles that in terms of memorandum, as well as vacancies when those positions occur. They're pretty straightforward, but are there any questions related to those pieces? And obviously they will be revised, so when an elected role is vacant, that is different. So we'll make sure that is updated. Really, a lot of the things, that's something I was going to mention later, is certainly in preparation for that transition, we will make sure to bring back those substantive changes to the board so you're aware of any of those shifts, and you'll see those in your protocol. We'll give light to that at a later date.
Mr. Chairman, there is one thing for the board's consideration in section 13, which discusses the vacancies. As you move forward towards the elected superintendent, I just want the board to be aware, how do you want to handle your executive assistants? Do you want the elected superintendent to be responsible for the hiring process, to, again, continue to work with the chief of staff for the evaluation, or does the board want to take more ownership? So that's completely up to the board.
I would say for now, leave it the way it is, because we have a year. But think about it, but I know we wanted some input, and that's going to be happening.
I thought by statute.
Right. That's what I thought too.
We can't, by statute, have staff.
Well, there's other districts that does it a little differently, and 1001.42 does allow the board to have some discretions, not necessarily specifying this particular staff member, but in terms of what the board is allowed to do, so long as it's within the confines of the law.
I know it does get tricky. They're doing our work, but we're not necessarily our employees, so it does get, that's why I like the idea of just having some input. That was brought up. That was a very good point, Ms. Jordan.
All right. All right, so moving on to section 14, and this is budget, travel, conference registration budgets, but also one of the board members did bring up a particular area that fits within this area as well, as far as a suggestion to add some language related to funded public relations events, and so related to promotions and public relations. And so I wanted to give voice to, as we go into that section, to have any discussion, of course, on the entirety of the section, but I wanted to specifically remind, it was Ms. Morgan, I believe, if you want to maybe explain or detail. Oh, Dr. Bernier?
Before Ms. Morgan begins, I also think it's important to point board members to my Roman numerals, 17, F, paid events, public relations, promotions process document. So there's a document in board office process documentation that is also located that speaks to when we attend certain events. I'll name a couple, like the Golden Apple, the Black and White Ball, the Peppermint Ball's coming up. We had the Q recently have something that they wanted us at. So I'll let Ms. Morgan speak. I just want to make sure we're looking in both places. That's 24. That's on page 24. But Dr. Savage was bringing up potentially additional language within 14. And we might want to have some language live there. So there really is no language necessarily in 14 as it currently stands. For you to review, the language really exists in the process document.
That's correct. So that's what I was asking for, a section that specifically relates to this process documentation and takes it to the next step, which is, what is it that we are going to fund from the budget, which now serves the superintendent, the board office, and communications. My concern comes out of, we seem to be getting a lot of invitations from organizations that don't directly support our students. And I don't believe funding from taxpayer dollars should go to support those organizations. And so I think we need to spell out how taxpayer dollars should be expended for some of these events. Also, some of them have become extremely pricey, and I just want to question whether it's necessary for every single board member to attend, whether a representative of the board to be determined in some way. So I would just like to see a draft of another section that refers to this. Now, I had asked the superintendent to provide a listing of all of the functions that we spent money on in the past year so we could get a sense of where the dollars are going. The staff is still working on that. So he's going to,
Yeah, we pulled the budgetary reports, but the budgetary reports are, everything gets truncated in a budgetary report. So just to give you the budgetary report doesn't really speak to exactly what the event may be. Now, there are certain events that are very clear based upon the amount of characters we have. We're very clear of what we spent money on. So Dr. Savage and I got those reports. That request came in last week. We started working on Monday, and we have the reports, and we believe before the board update, we'll be able to give you an accounting not only for last year, but where we are this year already. And I think Ms. Morgan is correct. I think there are additional requests that are coming in. I think the requests are becoming more and more expensive. And I think the board should have a discussion, a lot like maybe what you look like as you look towards acknowledgements. What are our students, most importantly? What are our students getting from some of the fundraisers that we're asked to attend? And if there is a connection to our students, Then we get into how many, right? Is it okay to just have 1 or 2 or up to 2? Do we want to send the whole group? I will tell you something like the Golden Apple. We all love going to the Golden Apple. We all should be there because we're recognizing, some of the most important people in our organization. But in other cases, it may be enough for the superintendent or a board member or 2 board members, and really, and there may be some other situations where, like the Martin Luther King holiday, where we all do want to be present. So we should develop some guidelines, because this request for our public funds, which the public should know is statutorily limited to $50,000, right? So we can't spend any more than that. I just want the public to know there's a limit to what we can spend. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely think it needs to be looked at, Mr. Fisher.
And along those lines, and I appreciate, and thanks for bringing up Ms. Morgan, but also, trainings are vital, essential, but they get expensive too. So, I've heard comments about not everyone going in regards to that, but sometimes some of them get a little expensive. So, that's one I hope we can kind of balance out too, so.
I completely agree, and I'm so glad you brought it up. This had been something that I had talked to some people in the back office about, how many events, just inquiring as a new board member, how many events are we attending a year? You're right, it is getting incredibly expensive, and that is not the best use of taxpayer dollars, is for us to be, at every single event. But I love the idea of maybe if we had a list of acknowledgements a month, maybe there's a list of events that we look into, and perhaps we cycle through who attends. And if you're unable to, just pass it to the next board member. I thoroughly enjoy that, or like that idea. Mr. Fisher, you are right. There are very expensive trainings, overnights, things like that we really need to make sure that we are, hotels are expensive, gas is expensive, transportation's expensive. So I think those are something we really need to have a discussion about, and how those funds are being used.
If I may? I know Mr. Savage, Dr. Savage pushed beyond this particular section, but if you go back to page 14 and 15, when you, just as a place for maybe Dr. Savage and I to begin the conversation for any type of drafting, the board acknowledgement guidelines are listed. So it really speaks to alignment with the strategic plan, the mission values, alignment with strategic plan, and relate to one of the more following areas: the education, health, safety of children, the history of a group or cultural heritage, the family and community engagement in education, and recognition of the work of district employees. I don't know if that's a good starting point for us, but I just point you to some language that we already have that might help us begin to think about when we get a fundraising request or attendance for a gala or a ball or an event. We could utilize some of this to try to make some decisions.
I think that language is very good. Ms. Petrika, do you have any?
Yeah, if I jump in just a second and say that I'd like to see a rotation put together similar to our invocation rotation. As Mrs. Langford Fleming suggested, if the person who's at the top of the list can't attend, then it moves on to the next. So for example, my time for an invocation came up, I think it was last week, when I was not physically at the dais. So I asked the ladies in the office to move on to the next person. I would like to be cognizant, though, of the fact that sometimes there are events, for instance, in the south part of the county, that it would be more appropriate for me to attend than perhaps Mr. Persons, who's in the east part of the county. So if we could accommodate having, the board member that's elected from that area. So for example, engage Estero. I think it's most appropriate for me to attend an Engage Estero event if it has something to do with our children or our staff, than it would be for somebody from another part of the district. So I'm kind of throwing a bunch of ideas out there, but I do think some guardrails need to be put in place. And while I understand that training does get expensive, gas is expensive, hotels are expensive, I do think that it's essential for our development as members of a governance team for us to each hear the same message and receive the same or similar training, because I think it allows us to move forward, gel together, and function at the highest level. Those are my comments for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I think that we need to look at why when we attend something, is it educational, is it in our vision and mission? And then make those determinations. If it's not, I mean, I agree with what Ms. Patrica just said. I think that if it's something that's within their district, or an all-county seat wants to attend because that's still part of their constituents, then I think we should be allowing for that opportunity. And then by chance, for some reason, someone's unable to attend, then it can go to, down the line, first come, first served, that kind of thing. So I would agree with that, but I really think we need to really need to look at the list, and is it in our, within our vision and mission? And then we have to decide, because I mean, there was just recent event that they just wanted advertisement, and they didn't even care about the body, then a seat. And then that came later. So I mean, we can't be doing that. This is our community's money, and we have to spend it wisely. And I would agree with Ms. Patrica. As far as the training, it's very beneficial. I've been sick and missed a training and hated it, because the collaboration at the level with other school board members is priceless. Because I learned so much just from them alone on things that they do, and I can bring it back. And I bring it back and I talk to the superintendent about it, because it's things that somebody does it better. It's best practices. It's how governance works. And if you don't collaborate and talk to people about it and have those relationships, then you're sitting in a seat that's going to be meaningless and less effective. My opinion. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Jordan.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. I also believe in training, because I do believe that is our job. We need to be sure that we are the best, and that whatever we can learn, we are learning. But as far as this district, I have an issue with that, because of the fact that even though we are certain districts, we represent the whole of Lee County. What does that say when we say, well, we're only going to participate in something that is in our district? Because what event is that really is just, or are there many events or functions that are just in this one little area? It encompasses the whole of Lee County. So how do we do that?
No, I understand there's many county-wide events that incorporate all the districts, so it can be difficult. Ms. Morgan.
Yeah, and I actually have to agree, because even though we are known in certain areas, the fact is we do represent every area, and this is an opportunity to learn about a part of the county that we don't know. So I understand where Ms. Patrica is coming from. People in Estero know her, people on the Cape know Sam. But how many of us know the Cape, and how does the Cape know us? And so we really, I'm going to just push back on that idea a little bit. I think it needs to be, as Ms. Jordan said, we represent every stakeholder in the district, and an opportunity perhaps to become more familiar with a particular part of the county is an opportunity.
Right. I'm sure there'll be some events that are pretty obvious that maybe the board members should go to. And there'll be others that really could be just rotated along. But except for a few events, the whole board going doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we need to tighten our belts a little bit. Just like the training, I like training too, but theoretically we could go to 2 nationals, 2 state, and then finance training and point 1 and point 2. And I mean, we have the FSBA, they have 2 a year. There's the national one. There's at least one of those. I'm sorry, I started to say 2, but that could be 5 trainings. And if all of us went to all 5 trainings, that probably would end up more than $50,000, especially if the national is out of state. So we're going to have to pick and choose a little bit. Ms. Morgan, then Ms. Giovanelli.
Yeah, I mean, I've never attended a national one. I essentially rely on FSBA to, communicate with us what is of particular interest. But I believe firmly in the state training, so that's my comment.
Yeah, I went to the national in Tampa, the very first one they had that we belonged to, and I learned a lot there. But I would not go to Dallas or wherever, Chicago or New York or wherever they're going to hold the next one. Ms. Giovanelli?
So I was going to say exactly what Ms. Morgan said. We never attend the national. That was it happened to be in Florida this time.
Right.
In Tampa. And the only reason why I even went was I was in Tallahassee, and I left Tallahassee a little early to go to attend it because it was on my way, kind of thing. And it was interesting, but honestly, FSBA does a way better job, my opinion. Their conference their speakers I felt was better, and they are better. So I would agree. I don't know that it's necessary to attend the national one, or if we wanted to designate one person to go and bring back that we could do if we decided that as a board. But typically we've not attended any national. And apparently there's more than one national one now, so.
Right, no, that's why I said
So there's-
we only.
Ms.
Ms. Patrica, you have any comments?
I think that it's good to consider having our federal legislative liaison attend the FSBA event in Washington, D.C., because having been to that, as a member of the leadership of FSBA, it's a tremendous opportunity for us to not only solidify the relationships that we have with our federal representatives in our area, but to also make relationships with others across the country. And, we talk about FSBA being so useful to find out about best practices in other districts. Well, there are best practices occurring in every school district across the nation. And it's a wonderful opportunity for us to have exposure to those and then bring them back to the district, have discussions with the board, have discussions with the superintendent. So I'd hate for us to say, no, we're not going to attend the federal. I do like the idea of appointing our federal legislative liaison as the person to attend. Certainly all 7 of us don't have to go, but there is a lot of value there. I understand that COSBA is new and they're sort of figuring out how to do things in the best way possible. But I think that as that develops, we're going to find more and more value in that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it still comes all the way down to budget. And I think, other than the federal, I think the state FSBA legislative day, I think, is extremely important. We don't get a lot of federal money whether we go up there or don't go up there. And I think we've all, pretty much everybody's met our federal congressmen and senators. So I think we have a pretty good relationship. But if we had the money, I wouldn't mind sending someone. So I think we need to talk about that on another date as they come up. We get a list of everything that we went to and then try to decide. Okay. Any other comments?
The only thing I would add, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and I'm sure the board is aware of this, but to Ms. Jordan's point and Ms. Morgan's, Ms. Morgan's point with regards to representing the entire district, obviously that's statutory, that all board members represent the entire district.
Yes. Very good point. Yes.
So back to events. I will go and ask Mary that schedules them, who's attending? I ask that because if there's somebody already attending it, then I don't feel the need to but I want to make sure that we are being, well represented. And and that's just something I think that I consciously do because I think it's important that, the community knows we do want to be involved, but we are limited, and
Right.
and I think that we have to pick and choose back to educational things like absolutely the Golden Apple is very important. So there's events like that we need to.
And foundation events and some others.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
and I do the same thing with Mary. And I think probably all of us have done
Yeah.
that.
And I just wanted to bring that up so that we,
That sounds good.
thank you.
Okay, I think we can move on from there.
Thank you. And there is going to be some work, just based on the comments and the notes that we took in that section. Some of them are pretty straightforward, but we're going to do some work on that and look forward to bringing you some draft language of how we would potentially like to help in that, to make it reflective of best practice and just to elevate some of the conversation you all had today.
I do want to remind the board, we do approve expenses for all the travel events, so it's, we're a little bit aware of that, so it's not like someone can sign up and not be approved, just for the public's knowledge. I know we all know that. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Looking onto section 15, this is the powers and duties of the school board. This is one area where I have notated just from the months prior that we were going to make sure to review this when we came to it based on a meeting we had in August. So under powers and duties of the school board, we have the policy references, but also we talk about the one thing being the assignment of board members to committees. And this is something that there's been some board discussion related to when is the best time to engage in this type of knowing that you have new board members that typically are brought in during an election year in November, and they are then set up for advisory committees. And so in our manual presently, we list that the board will hold a workshop in June, and board members will then sign up at that time. And I believe that probably was done to accommodate some of the advisory committees that, like such as FSBA, that really needs a summer. They need to know who it's going to be prior to July. So that time frame allows you to get ahead of it. But what it doesn't allow you to do is, so a new board member coming on doesn't really necessarily, they're with their predecessor in terms of their district seat, that ends up putting them in those pieces. So I just wanted to elevate that, because that last time the board had that conversation, they said, well, we'll talk about this again when the time is right. Well, now is just that time to make sure that's elevated as one area for some board discussion, in addition to anything else that falls within section 15, but I want to make sure I brought that up.
I think it's going to be hard regardless, because anytime you come in new and then you have to fill in those spots, you have no idea what you're getting into. You have no idea what they are, and until you actually sit there and start learning about it, that's when you realize, okay, what the heck am I doing here? I don't have the faintest clue on what I'm doing. But it is, with all the committees, it is very hard, especially if you are that new person and you are coming in. And I think Value Board as well was one of the ones that we have to, by statute, have at a certain time as well. So that was another reason why we had to do that early. But I don't know what the solution would be to fix that part.
Well, part of the problem is the committees start. To go through the committee assignment process when you're a couple meetings into the year is I think it's not tough, but it's basically you're changing a committee that is in the process of forming. So I think even though it's hard for somebody to come in and step into someone else's seat, I think basically that's one of the things you sort of have to do as a new board member, like it or not.
And I think that's something that we can
convey.
Maybe the superintendent or whoever is running that particular one, whether it be security or whatever, can help that board member in advance so they aren't totally in the clueless, like I felt the first time. But again, I said, I'm new, so that was it. Ms. Jada,
And maybe that's something that we could include, I know, in the orientation process, whenever we're sitting. Me either.
Those stupid
But maybe that's something we can include in the orientation process, is whenever we are going through our new protocol manual, we're talking about positions, maybe doing some team building, maybe somebody can already be designated that would still be on this board that had served, let's say, on the ISOC committee, and even though Mrs. Patrick is not here, Mrs. Patrick, one of us has served, and we can give you a little bit of background on what you'll be walking into. So that might be something that we could include for that orientation.
Any other comments, Ms. Patrica? You have any comments?
No, sir, thank you.
All right. Right?
Very good. And I made a note to include it in that orientation. I think it's a great idea. Timing, that fits up really well with it. But again, you're free as a board to discuss this at any time, because we'll plan on the June reassignment then, and then if you want to change before then, you have every right to do that. Okay, the next piece goes into section 16, which is the superintendent board relationship. And this basically has the table that has the center line. It really dictates, what does the school board do? What does the superintendent do? That's also clarified in school board policy, as well as the administrative regs for the state. Also, we have a table that really outlines specifically what the school board does and what the superintendent does. And one thing I found intriguing about these two tables was that in spite of the difference of an appointed and elected, nothing in these tables changes at all. So while we talk about all the things that do change, and there are certainly those things that will, these core concepts of what the roles actually do and what they're responsible for and the respect for both sides, they still exist. Because as you know, in our state, we have so many that are elected and appointed that this applies to all of them. So I just thought that was an interesting thing as I kind of read through that piece as we were doing that. So this section, for any of the board's conversation of how helpful this is or not in terms of making sure everyone understands what everyone's respective roles are, any adjustments, anything you'd like added, refining, I turn it to the board discussion.
Anyone else have any questions? Ms. Patrica? I think it's pretty clear.
It is very clear. Thank you.
All right, then last but not least, we're going to go, so we've already seen the process document page, and I did make a note, Dr. Bernier, about the section F, the paid events, public relations. We're going to make sure to put that, to tether that back once we've drafted language where it can also fit under the budget travel conference. That's a great point. That was Ms. Morgan, I think, who brought that, but that's a great connection for those two documents. So we're going to go back to the main event. And the main event for today is when we come to section 5, which is both the expectations of board members as well as really outlining the meetings for the school board for the upcoming year. And so first, before we get into the specific content of the officers, which will be the last thing that we do, we're also going to review any discussion around the calendar for the year in terms of the board action meetings, as well as the specific acknowledgements, the list of acknowledgements. I just want to open for any discussion on any of the substantive aspects of what's written about expectations of board members or expectations for the roles of the various officer positions, such as the board chair, or the vice chair, or any of the content that explains what the purpose of the various meetings are, such as the regular action meetings, briefings, and so forth. So any of this content that the board would like to discuss before we get into those other specific areas.
All right, Ms. Morgan?
I'm not exactly clear. Is this when you want me to bring forward?
I apologize, Ms. Morgan. I had a note to bring that up. This section does, and I always wanted to lead with that piece, but I had other scripting that reminded me to make sure I mentioned this will be also the time that we're going to talk about those other schedules. But yes, if we could actually talk about that first. Ms. Morgan did highlight ahead of time that one of the aspects that fits this section is the expectations for the board chair officially representing the board collective will and acts as a spokesperson. Ms. Morgan, if you would go ahead and begin.
Thank you. So when I first came on the board, we had someone named Joe Donzetti, who was effectively the board spokesperson. He was our communications person. And then we had several people in the communications role, some who had experience, some who didn't. And so over time, the whole notion of a spokesman for the board and the role of the board chair and everything else sort of collapsed. And so, and I know, and I'm assuming you all are getting all of these requests from the media to speak, or to be on camera, or to write something. And I thought, I think we need to bring back this whole notion of what the role of communications is, what the role of spokesperson is. We've got Mr. Gomez. What Joe would do was work with board members, whoever was speaking on a topic, to make certain that we were covering the points that we needed to cover as representing the board. So why I highlighted this is the chair is supposed to be the spokesperson for the board. And other people, when contacted, what I do when I'm contacted is I say, the board, you must contact Armor Persons, the board chair, because he's the spokesperson for the board. But the other thing I want to be certain of is that when Mr. Persons speaks for the board, that he is speaking with a voice that represents the board and the district. And I think Mr. Gomez is the perfect person to help us sort of reestablish that whole notion of who's the spokesperson and provide the kind of training or formatting or whatever is appropriate for that, because I think we've done a great job as a board recovering community confidence in us, but I think, again, communicating for everybody is an important aspect of that, and we haven't really talked about it. So I just wanted to bring that forward. So, thank you.
Yeah, I know before I often speak, if I'm asked or anything, one, I know what we voted on and everything, but a lot of times I go to the superintendent or Mr. Ramirez, and Angel was nice enough to follow me all the way out to Alva Inc. last night. So it is good, and I've worked with other communications before then. So the chair does need to not only speak for the board, but speaks for the district often, so he needs to have that information.
And I guess what I'm saying, trying to say in a sensitive way, that it's my expectation as a board member going forward, now that we have Mr. Gomez, that when somebody speaks for the board, that person has cleared his or her comments with Mr. Gomez and with Superintendent Bernier, rather than just stepping out into it. So I don't know whether you share that, but that is my expectation. So just putting it out there. Thank you.
Other comments? Sometimes it is difficult to clear beforehand, but I think we're all expected to do exactly what you said, whoever's going to be chair.
It's more difficult in highly stressful,
Sure.
fast-moving times, which is exactly why that base touching.
Jordan.
I was just going to say, I know when I was the chair, I always spoke to the Mr. Gomez person first, before I was speaking as a whole. But I still, again, if we are contacted as public officials, and they're asking us to, what do we feel as individuals, that we have that opportunity to speak to them as an individual person. So I just want to make sure that that's not taken away from us from doing that, because when we do that, they absolutely, when they call, it's like, oh, well, so-and-so, Debbie Jordan's not talking to me, Lisa Giovanelli, Armor Person. They then will say, we're not doing that. But if we're speaking on our own person, I think that there's nothing wrong with that. But when we're speaking as a collective body, we need to make sure that we are speaking what is the district.
But Ms. Morgan's point, the chair has a little more responsibility because they assume that they're speaking for the board.
Exactly, and I do want to say that Mr. Gomez, the public or the media should know that they go to Mr. Gomez.
Yeah. Right.
They go to Mr. Gomez, he makes arrangements for, that's the way, Debbie, that's the way it was. And while I agree that you may want to speak as an individual board member, I believe that comes after the board chair has spoken as the board spokesperson. So otherwise, then you appear to be the spokesperson, and it really needs to be, I don't want to keep saying the same
Yeah.
thing over and over again. I think everybody understands what
Right.
I'm saying.
Well, I mean, at the very least, the expectation is
Yeah.
to be very careful what you say, and I think everybody would be wise to get counsel before speaking,
Yep.
on anything that they're not absolutely 100% sure of. I mean, I've been asked questions that I know absolutely the answer. So there was no reason. I knew where the board was, I knew what the facts were, but other times, I want to make sure. And we just, sometimes even with the attorney, we speak.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to be careful with this conversation, because there are times that board members are out there in the community, and you are speaking to your constituents, you're having conversations and those types of things. So when we've had these discussions in the past, to Ms. Morgan's point, the chairman, because you are chairman, and really the spokesperson for the board, we always make sure that we know exactly what the chairman's going to say. And then for board members, to Ms. Jordan's point, you are always very careful in those community settings, or even if the media contacts you, that this is my individual opinion. I am not speaking on behalf of the school board. So if we can make sure that we have that when we're having our discussions, or even being out there in the community, that's very, very important. And the only other thing I would ask, and I think the board has been very good, and I know the superintendent has been very good with this as well, is if there's anything that is liability ridden or has a legal implication, that legal is also contacted to make sure we vet whatever comment as well.
Right. Other comments? Ms. Patrica? Yeah, your attorney?
No, thank you.
Okay. Giovanelli.
So I usually ask for talking points if I'm going to speak. I'm clear and ask for talking points. But there's times when they've called every one of us for our opinion. And I think that we should have the liberty to be able to do that. In all fairness, even Mr. Persons has spoken about something that this board's never discussed, about banning cell phones. And that's been your opinion, but you're coming from this, being the spokesperson. That's not speaking for the board. And we've never had a conversation at the dais regarding banning cell phones, but that is something that I believe is important to you. And that's your opinion, and you have that right. I would never want to deprive you of that or take that opportunity away for you to be able to speak about it in the community. So I think that we have to be careful on what what the expectation is. Regarding generalization, like when the salaries were passed for the teachers and staff, that could certainly, most certainly after the fact, can come from the chair. If that's how the media chooses it. But the media is going to go to whoever they have a relationship with. And, it's up to that board member who they choose to speak with as well. I have favorite media people that I speak to, and some that I won't speak to at all. And I'm going to be honest. So it just depends on that. So I think it's difficult, but if it's something that wants to, they do contact Mr. Spickler, and he makes many statements that none of us even know what he's going to say. So he's been the spokesperson quite more often than actually the board chair. So let's talk the depth of that then. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from the superintendent.
I do believe that board members certainly reserve the right to speak to the media. I think we have to be cognizant of the fact, whether you're speaking personally or whether you perceive that you're speaking personally, they will place under your name, board member district. They are not going to refer to you by first name as private citizen. And the minute they label you with that label, there is confusion as to whether you're speaking as a private citizen or speaking on behalf of the board. I believe that when I get media requests, my first call is to Angel. In the past it was Denise, in the past it was whoever, Irma, because I want to know what the story's about. I want to know what their angle is. What are they looking for? Is it really our story? Or is it the story that belongs to another school district? So if something happens in another school district, we're being asked to comment, I don't know that we would feel really comfortable if all of a sudden a neighbor to the north or the south or on the East Coast was all of a sudden commenting on our work. So my first, because a lot of times in our comms department, they'll know who the reporter is. They'll be able to anticipate questions. And then I always love the reminder, and it usually comes from Irma or Rob, that reminds me that just because they ask a question doesn't mean you have to answer it. The question never makes the news. The only thing that makes the news is what you said. So I think the part they want, absolutely. And I think we're all savvy enough to know that. But I think not only just looking at that protocol of ensuring that we understand we're going to be out there, and I have that same responsibility to all of you. I think that's an important responsibility for us to know we could make the evening news because someone's talking to the media. We should be prepared for that. And then additionally, I think the other piece is, and I enjoy my time with the comms department because not only have they helped me, because I shared with a board member recently, spent 30 plus years trying to stay out of the media, all right? Because as a principal, that's not the place you want to be. If you're in the media as a principal, it's not usually because something really great happened. But I knew as superintendent I wasn't going to have that luxury. I knew I had to get better at it. And our comms team is really good at helping me and could be of assistance to all of you if you wanted to just spend some time with them. A lot of times when we do a speaking engagement or I speak to the news and something is recorded, Rob and Irma were really great about coming up. We'd put it up on the big board in the superintendent's conference room and we'd take it apart. You know, where are my eyes? What am I looking at? Who am I talking to? You know, am I, you know, do I look shifty because I'm looking at the camera and then looking at them? And there's just so many things that that they have a knack and an understanding of that I do not. So I think, you know, we talk about a lot of things, but this always comes down to communication. If we have communication that we're going out and speaking, then we know. And if we have an individual going, I think what the news media would love is for one person to come out and say one thing, and then somebody else be interviewed as a board member and say something else. Now they have a whole new story, right? They have a whole new story that the board, and you guys have worked so hard in the course of the last year. You know, while you have very different opinions from each other, you have something similar in terms of the mission of this school district and staying focused on our vision, mission, and outcomes. So I would like to, I would hope that we could find a way that when we get the media request, the first thought is, I should call Mr. Gomez in comms and just see what I can find out before I respond to the reporter. I'm telling you what, he answers my call, and I can assure you that if I say this to him right now sitting in the room, I don't even have to say it. But if a board member calls, he'll answer yours. Because he's the communications chief. He knows there's a reason why you're calling him. And it's probably not to find out what he's doing for lunch. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that, Superintendent. Part of it also is we're not going to know who's responded. My kind of own protocol is when I get something is I send something to Irma and I usually bug Mr. Ramirez, thank you, appreciate that, and kind of go through and, you know, even if it's a last minute thing, I'll go, hey, this is what I'm expecting to talk about at this time or whatever. So, and obviously, you know, the media is not going to tell us who they've talked to or not. So that's one of the issues maybe we can kind of, you know, as I said, that's part of letting the comms department know, hey, you know, we've talked on this, or however, you know, we can do it. So we understand that someone's responded. So.
Any other comments?
All right, well, we have three big items that we want to make sure we have time for, as well as I want to make sure Mr. Fisher knows I haven't forgotten about him either. Mr. Fisher, you're going to have your opportunity that you had something you noticed the group to bring up as well. It just didn't fit neatly into one of the sections, but I want to make sure I told you that first. The three areas that we want to make sure we talk about within this section are the schedule for the upcoming board meetings, the action meetings, which is an attachment in the board agenda item for today. It's a one-pager, but also it links in this document, as well as the list for the 2024 board acknowledgements. And again, there is a process by which you can add things, but this is that annual opportunity to review them and see, are these things the right things? Are we missing something that we think we should have? It just nails that down, as well as any initial discussion you'd like to have about the officer positions, of the board chair or the board vice chair, any conversation you want to entertain prior to your actual organization meeting that will be coming up. So those are the three next step things we're going to do. So the first is the listing of all of the board action meetings for this upcoming month. It does link inside the document, but I've pulled it up on the screen so that you can see it. The folks who are watching can also see it. So this is the calendar ahead, and mostly the dates they have to conform because of holidays, because of pre-existing travel, and that happens every year. But this list is proposed and will come before the board at that time, but an opportunity to have any discussion around this.
Ms. Fleming.
Well, first of all, I kind of want to apologize because had I realized last year when we were looking at this, if we had had a meeting the week of Thanksgiving, I might have pushed back a little bit of it just because of staff, and I appreciate them and want them to feel like they can enjoy these few days before the holiday. So I'm going to just apologize on behalf of my own self. But I did go ahead and look at next year's calendar and to make sure this did not happen again. And Thanksgiving is the week after the 19th next year. So kudos to hitting the bullseye there. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that out loud. Thank you.
Where does the July 2nd fall into July 4th? I don't know what days. I assume the 2nd is on a Tuesday?
Yes.
Thursday, and I think Friday we have off, whatever. So that should work.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it early in the month so it gives everybody more time in between the first and last meeting there.
Our aspect of that July meeting also is simply for personnel
Yeah, exactly.
appointments.
Yeah.
Last year, we waited to the very end of the month in order to appoint some assistant principals that really could have been very, very useful in place for the whole month of July with their principals in their school buildings. So that was the desire. I think that can be done, and we can limit that agenda, seriously we'll call it agenda light, but agenda important, because we'll be moving assistant principals or principals.
Yes, Ms. Giovanelli.
So in the past, we've actually only had one meeting in July. That's usually a vacation time, scheduling vacations. Personnel must have been all, those changes had to happen in probably the end of June, I'm thinking, because it was never an issue until this year that I'm aware of. And I would agree with Ms. Fleming regarding Thanksgiving being the same week that school's out. But that's also a statutory date or time frame during election time. So I knew the 19th was set in stone pretty much anyway. So I'm glad to know that it's before Thanksgiving. But so there's no way, Dr. Bernier, that the end of June cannot be, and actually we don't even have anything technically at the end of June. It's in the middle of June, or the June 18th, to handle the staff.
I would hope that we could have staff completed. We can always take a meeting off of the calendar, but it's much more difficult to add one.
Right.
And I want to be sure, with the number of potential retirees we have amongst our admin who are closing in on drop, some of them have chosen to extend, so they're going to be with us for a little while longer, but not everybody's made that decision yet. I just would like our schools, if we had to make appointments, I would like to have our schools have their assistant principals prior to July 30th. I think the whole month of planning and work in order to get school open, a principal would be better served to have their entire team.
Fleming.
I was going to make the same suggestion, Ms. Giovanelli, because I know that last year we only had one meeting in July, but then I completely understand the reason why we've got that late appointment, or that late meeting. But I was going to recommend or suggest, is there a way that we could have a larger chunk of time off in between, whether it be July 3rd, or excuse me, June 3rd, June 18th, or July 2nd? Are there one of those that you could seem to be able to maybe take whatever would be on that agenda and slide it, even regarding appointments? Because we now have the 4 in a summer. I'm just thinking of staff and yourself, actually, as well.
Or is it possible to move the last meeting in June to a week later?
That's a budget.
Oh, that's right. It's
budgetary
I
reason.
wasn't looking at it.
Yeah.
So those meetings in June, the second one in particular is a budgetary meeting statutorily we have to have.
Right.
All we were inserting is a meeting into the earliest part of July possible so that we could attempt, if we had, and I can work with professional development and with academic services to stay ahead of it. But if a principal leaves, to promote an assistant principal creates a domino effect, right? And so we're consistently trying to fill. I do not believe, do I believe that everything can be done by July 3rd? I'd like to be in that position. I'd love to be done on the board meeting in June. That's tremendously dependent on people telling us as soon as possible what their plans are. So we can work to that. Again, I'm here to work at the pleasure of the board. If the board does not want a second meeting in July, we can do that. I just want us to understand what we could be trading off in support of our principals and our school buildings.
Mr. Fisher.
Without going too off topic with it, I wondered this, I should ask this before, is what do other large districts do in regards to this, like Orange or Broward, those ones? Because they generally have one meeting a month, so.
Some of the districts you mentioned actually have 2 meetings a month. And during summer appointments, depending on the number of appointments they have, there's another either meeting that's scheduled and then canceled if they don't need it, or they call an emergency meeting.
And may I jump in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I think that, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Bernier, but I think he's hearing the board say we would prefer not to have a meeting on July 2nd, and he will strive to get all of the work done in June if possible, with the understanding that we are going through a major transformation in HR, and that July 2nd meeting may be necessary. So that's kind of my attitude going into it. Would I prefer not to meet on July 2nd? Yes. Would I prefer to have staff not have to be in the boardroom on July 2nd? Yes. But I also understand that major transformational change is taking place in the very department that is meant to be accommodated by that meeting. And should it become necessary, we'll meet on July 2nd, but the superintendent will strive to be able to cancel it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, ma'am. I was trying to give our board a way to navigate.
Good job. Thank you, Ms. Patrica. Ms. Giovanelli.
So I just want to get clarity because something was said, but the budget, the budget meetings are the July 30th, which is highlighted, and the Thursday, September 5th highlighted. Those are the 2 required budget. Okay, because I think what was asked was the July 2nd.
No.
Or is it June? Yeah, so that, but I think Mrs. Fleming was asking about adding an additional or stretching out the June 18th or something in June to have 2, not change these that are already highlighted. Wasn't changing those, right? I want to just make sure I understood. So. It's not affecting those dates
Right.
at all. That's all I wanted to be clear on. Thank you.
And Ms. Patrica said what I was,
Okay.
is that we have a new HR
Right.
thing happening.
Exactly.
And I think we owe everybody an opportunity to try to do this if we get caught, that's all.
Would anyone want to move the July 2nd to July 1st? Just to give them the rest of the week off? That's a possibility. Would that help you at all? I mean, one day?
It could, but if we're really looking for July, which is what I think I'm hearing, right? We're looking for a block of time. What if we reserved the right to try to get done by the 18th? But if I knew in June that we needed another meeting before we broke for the July time, I could work with the chair and we could schedule a meeting prior to July 1st.
Yes. So
I mean,
that's
we
like
can't-
a
I don't
special
like
meeting in
a
June.
special meeting.
Yeah, so 3 meetings in June versus, I think people would prefer that.
That way people can make their travel plans and do what they need to do. And now, because I know people have to think forward. I get that, and plan.
Everybody agree with that? I think.
Got it, I wrote it down.
Thank you,
Good
Ken.
thing. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Savage.
Oh, you're good. All right, the next list we have is the list of proposed acknowledgements for 2024. I've put that up on the screen. It's also linked. It's one of the attachments in your manual as well. This just takes the formerly approved acknowledgements that are there. It shows that month and kind of lists them all out, just so that you have them.
Any comments on the acknowledgements? I'd like to discuss Pride Month in June, if that's okay with everybody. What worries me with that is all the acknowledgements lead to class discussions, the way I see it. And I Googled Pride Month on Google and lesson plans, and there's just tons of them. Unfortunately, if a teacher here were to instigate any of those lesson plans, they could be in jeopardy of their job because of the state. So it's like, if we acknowledge it, we're also saying, but don't teach it. Don't discuss it, don't have any, and that seems sort of counterproductive. I think we should remove that for that reason, just for the teacher's safety of their jobs. Ms. Morgan?
And I disagree, because I think we're acknowledging all different segments of the student population, and to disregard one part of the population is not what we want to do. I certainly think that a caution to teachers is appropriate, because I'm aware that, well, frankly, students can video any teacher talking about any of these things and do something nefarious with it with respect to that teacher. But I'm just really loath to say that because we're protecting teachers, we're going to not acknowledge a part of our student population. I think we have to deal with the teachers. But I'd like to hear what the superintendent thinks.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Didn't expect to get this question, so I will be formulating as I go. I think we are in interesting times where our teachers are exposed professionally. I've shared with all of you, I don't believe any teacher will ever get arrested. I believe what will happen is the appropriate department may pull a license. And then it'll be up on the teacher to pull back. So I think we have to be cognizant of that, and we should be aware of it as we think about what we acknowledge or how we acknowledge it. It doesn't always have to be an either or in terms of what we acknowledge, but the importance of the language of an acknowledgement potentially could become important as an area, but I think more board members need to weigh in.
Can
Can I
we
ask-
hear from our attorney?
Yeah, I was just going to say, can we hear from the attorney now? As far as what the law says, where they could get in trouble.
I mean, you're correct in terms of the law. We cannot have instruction, and it specifically says instruction on sexual orientation, gender identity, those types of things in K through 12, actually pre-K through 12 education. And it's now part of the Code of Ethics for professionals in education, in that your licensure can be on the line.
Any other board members want to weigh in that? Ms. Morgan?
I just have a question. So are teachers expected to acknowledge all of these acknowledgements?
We see things for like, what was the last one we had? Red Ribbon. Hispanic Heritage Month was just there. They were doing lesson plans. We saw it on our website. It doesn't mean they have to, but I mean, I just think it's going to push toward that. And I just think we're wise. And again, the way pride, there's a certain section that feels one way, but then a lot of them break it up into other sections. I know in California, they have Trans Month, they have LGBT Month, they have Pride Month, they have, I don't know. I mean, and that's California, not here, but I'm just saying, we don't have any other sexual identity, gender of any, whether straight, gay, or anything, as an acknowledgement. So picking out one group bothers me a little bit also. We pick out every group pretty much as for Hispanic and Black History Month and all the others. Ms. Jordan? I'm sorry.
Autism. Yeah, but I want
Yeah,
to say too.
But that's not gender. I mean, that's.
You're
No,
saying
but it's
that
a
it's
special
sexual. Pride does not necessarily mean it's sexual. I mean, it's what people may perceive it as, some of it, but if you look at the whole picture, and in 1999, it was made officially recognized. I mean, it was officially recognized in federal. And I know I brought this to Mr. Bruno, this conversation as well, because in our ethics training, there again, and I know you were going to check into that, it spoke exactly about this, about acknowledgements, about how, because when I was taking my training, I was writing notes. And it was speaking on the training, the acknowledgements. It's okay to have acknowledgements because that does not prohibit, we're not prohibited from having acknowledgements. It does not say, okay, teachers teach us. And it's not just about students, it's about students, staff, it could be about anyone. So why would we not have that in there? And as far as their verbiage, it's just the acknowledgements are, and it's listed as a name. It's not like we're going into a whole conversation about the reason behind it. It's just the word.
I just know whatever we acknowledge seems to be taught in schools, whether it's Veterans Day or anything else. I mean, it's just is the way it is. That's what worries me. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. I mean, I do, in the state of things, I do share your legal concerns, Mr. Persons. And having dealt with acknowledgements over the past month, I mean, I can see why the board got rid of how they did it before. I mean, I'm almost at the point with having any acknowledgements at this point. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just so much with it at this point. I don't know. That's just throwing that thought out there.
Are you saying drop acknowledgements altogether? I mean, I'd support that.
Yes. Just
I actually have no
call it a
problem with
day.
that either. I just
call it a day, then nobody can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just,
I'm sorry
Nobody's
for
discriminated
having to go there, but.
can we have a,
Ask Ms.
Yeah,
Patrica,
Ms.
because
Patrica.
actually, limitations, this was her baby. She actually brought this up before, and that's how we eliminated a lot of things. That's why when you brought up the breast cancer awareness, we were like, yes, and so, because we went through and weeded many
We didn't have that
acknowledgements, and tried to weed it down, and we still look at the list.
Yep.
So I would love to hear her.
Ms. Patrica, would you like to?
Well, how can I turn down that invitation to speak? I would love to get rid of acknowledgements altogether. I think that we have so many of them that none of them are meaningful anymore. I have also often or long thought that the only acknowledgements we should have should be directly related to education. We are an educational institution. So School Choice Week is great. Literacy Week is great. But Irish American History Month or Irish American Heritage Month, I can pick on that one because I am Irish American, isn't directly related to education. It is related to the heritage of our students and our staff, but it's not directly related to education. So where do you draw the line? How do you draw the line? I agree with the chair's concerns about Pride Month and the fact that it could be seen by some staff members as an invitation to discuss the events surrounding Pride Month and the contributions of LGBT Americans to our society and civil rights and all of that, which could violate state law. Because you know what? Staff doesn't watch every board meeting, and staff doesn't know that an acknowledgement of Pride Month doesn't necessarily mean an invitation to discuss it in class when every other thing that we acknowledge means discussing it in class. So I think the best proposal in my mind is to eliminate acknowledgements altogether. And then if an individual board member wants to acknowledge something during their comments, then they are free to do that because there are no restrictions on what we can and cannot say during board member comments at the end of a board meeting. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So that's okay to get rid of all the acknowledgements. However, there's a handful that are statutorily required. So we want to make sure that we cover those. I can't remember off the top of my head which ones they are, but I know it's just a handful, so I want to make sure we keep them.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree if that's required, we're obviously going to do it. So that would work. I know the Holocaust is one of them in the state that's required, now that I think about it.
And Citizenship Day may be another.
Right,
So
that's fine.
I have to just check.
Okay. Everybody seems to be in agreement with that? Okay. Sounds good to me.
We've covered a lot of ground today, so, but I've got lots of notes. I just hope I can read my own writing on this one. So just to make sure I heard correctly, the plan for 2024 is we're going to only do those that are statutorily required. And then individual board members, if they feel so inclined, are free to represent their own individual interest to acknowledge something during their good of the order comments. We'll certainly make sure that's reflected in the manual. All right, the last section, then I did not forget Mr. Fisher as well, but we're going to do this conversation, then I'm going to shift over to you. And then wherever you think it would belong in the manual at that discussion, please feel free to mention that as well. The last piece is just any initial conversation the board would like to have around the officer positions. This is always set aside as an opportunity for you to talk about anything related to that prior to that meeting, because once you get to that meeting, you're really just making recommendation motions, voting, and so forth. So this is intended to be that opportunity for discussion.
I actually had one question I forgot to ask.
Sure.
Under board chair, it says the board chair can appoint ad hoc committees with board input. I'm not quite sure what that means. I know we have our ad hoc committees, but I never thought as a chair I could invent one and ask y'all if that was okay. So I don't know where that came from. I don't know the history. I think it was number 17 under board.
Okay, sorry, I skipped over.
I apologize for not bringing it up.
No, quite all right.
I know what we did.
Okay.
When Bonita High School was being built, we created an ad hoc committee of community people to weigh in on what the programming, what the interests were in that part of the county in terms of career programming. So, yeah, we did, but that,
Right,
to
but
my
I think it should be
knowledge,
under the board duties.
yeah,
They may create
that makes
ad hoc
sense.
versus
But I think
the
that's
chair.
the only time we've
That was
done
the only
it.
thing, just a little confusing.
Yeah. Yep.
Would we like to have that area removed or just amended to the board member piece, or do you want to leave it as it is?
I mean, all ad hoc.
Can I jump in?
Yes, Ms. Patrica.
So if, for example, we did not have a superintendent who was so focused on improving transportation, And we did not have a superintendent who had created an ad hoc committee for himself to address the issues of transportation. And we as a board needed to create an ad hoc committee for transportation. Typically, ad hoc committees are created by the board chair or the board president, or in every organization in which I have served, it is incumbent upon the board chair to lead that. Of course, always with the guidance of the board, but it does generally reside under the board chair's responsibilities. Does that make sense?
I mean, I'm fine with it. I just did not understand. I thought probably someone would make a motion for a committee and then we all would vote on it under a good order or in, you know, somewhere along those lines. But I'm sure the same thing can happen through the chair. So I don't have a problem. You can just leave it where it is.
We could add clarification language like with the authority of the board under, you know, we could add some more clarification so that it's clear why it's there, to Ms. Patrica's point. Wonderful.
That's fine.
Wonderful. So at this point, I'd like to open up for some larger discussion related to the officer positions of chair or vice chair and anything in that kind of territory. And then we will come back to Mr. Fisher again for his piece as well. But this is just, again, one of those things we have to do this annual meeting.
Any comment from anyone? Ms. Patrica, do you have anything else to add on chair and vice chair duties? And
Well, I just, having been on this board for years now, I do really hate showing up at the meeting next week having no idea where the board stands. I hate being surprised. So if anybody's thinking anything, in terms of should the vice chair move up, who would you like to see as, or should the chair serve another year? Or who would, if the vice chair does move up, who would you like to see as vice chair? I would really love to have that discussion in this informal setting, as opposed to it being like a shocker next Tuesday.
are we allowed to do that? That's my question. It's
Sorry.
almost like a nomination or something. That worries me a little bit. Even though I agree with you, it's a shocker. I remember one time y'all voted, I don't know how many times, that's before you got a chair.
Right.
So you wouldn't be doing nominations, you're not voting. I think the ask was whether or not anybody wanted to express interest, and that would be the limit, I think, of that conversation.
But we still would have nominations and everything else, whether,
And it could change next Tuesday.
right. It's up to y'all. I don't see any plus on that right now, to be honest with you. Anyone would like to? Right? I guess you're going to be surprised, Ms.
All right.
I tried.
Yes.
So, we know at the last, I think it was last year, I know it's administrative regarding public comment prior to. I thought we should have that conversation a little bit. I know the community would love to have input prior to that, but can you explain and talk about the administrative aspect of why we don't have public comment before that?
I'm sorry, Ms. Giovanelli, public comment prior to
Electing a board chair.
Oh, nominations of board.
Because
Thank you. Okay.
we had an incident, sorry, candy, but, so please, that's why I wanted to bring that conversation up.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair.
Yes.
So yes, we do not have public comment prior to the board's reorganization, which is the nomination of chair and vice chair. This is considered a ministerial act, and that does not require public comment pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011. And I will share that we actually were sued on that particular topic, and we were successful both in federal court and state court. And the court, again, reiterated there were no First Amendment violations and that we do not have to have public comment prior to. It is a ministerial act.
There will be public comment afterwards, as there is at any meeting. So there is public comment. So it's not like public can't comment, they just can't comment before,
And
because we really don't have a chair or anything at that point.
And in the court's decision as well, the court said, you know that nominations are coming. So prior to any board meeting, prior to the nomination, the public has the opportunity to provide comment up through the point of the reorganization.
Right. And that meeting is run by a very capable person. So we elect somebody.
Which is also selected by statute, Dr. Bernier.
Yep. All right. Anything else? Mr. Savage, do you have anything else you want to?
Well, just want to bring to the board's attention, one adjustment is that we are in the process of revising the invocation process. We were tasked by the board to do some revisions to try to adjust that. And so we've been working with legal and other groups to get that into place. We're thinking of trying to initiate that in January so that we'll continue with our process for now. We've linked kind of our draft process document in there as well. But we'd really, there's some marketing out. We're trying to advertise to get those aspects. Those things will take some time to put together. So we're targeting January, potentially of initiating any revisions to our current invocation approach. Attorney Brewer, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Dr. Savage said. The only thing I would add is the board will note a little change in the script as well when we discuss invocation, and I'll go through that with you in one-on-ones, so you are prepared.
All right, Mr. Fisher, I know you had, sorry. Yep.
Is this where I know we had one change on committee meetings where, the Horizon Council, for instance, where it was the chair, but then it became the vice chair. Was this when we were supposed to fix that or put it on here or not put it on here? Because that was just done arbitrarily without everybody being aware of that when that took place? Is this the correct time for that, or?
Meetings at the time. So as chair, I had to choose one or the other, and the hurricane being the most pressing, I asked the vice chair to go to the Horizon Council. But if y'all want to change that to...
So my question is,
Yeah.
if you were on there as chair on the resilience, that was the resilience, would you continue staying on that?
No.
Or would it then go on to the chair
It'll go to the new chair.
for that?
Because I checked with them, they did the same thing with the mayor of Estero and the mayor of Sanibel. A new person came on there.
And the reason I'm asking that is because the fact that when we were informed that you were invited to be on that you were on that, it was not something, it wasn't a conversation. So that's why I'm just trying to make sure that we have everything, where it needs to be.
Yep.
Thank you.
But both of those require the chair. So I would say if they're meeting at the same time, or if the chair cannot go, the vice chair would cover for the chair. I don't know, we need to put that in policy or whatever, but that's just sort of.
Just clarification, thank you.
They're both very important. Go ahead.
Last but not least, I know it's very late, so I don't want to, and this is something, I just wanted to discuss, but I don't think we're going to have any, well, depending on interest, any completion of this today. I've just been thinking back over things over the past year, and I talked about, it's amazing having students up here during the meetings, but I think part of it, and it's kind of thought about this during the strategic plan too, was part of how can we get better input from our students, more of a voice. I guess the word is empower. Maybe I don't know whatever terminology would best for that. So, and one thing, as I said, I'm over in the city of Cape Coral, and one thing that I kind of observed that works for them is they have through their youth council, they have a member of it present I want to say it's quarterly, I thought it was more before, but present for, let's say 5 minutes in the beginning of the meeting, standard agenda item, and kind of go through, a topic. There's many iterations of that. The Youth Council there also has, and I included kind of a strategic plan, and this is, again, I'm not saying we're going to get to all this today, and it's towards the end, but I thought it might be interesting also to have a student strategic plan. I know the superintendent has the student advisory committee, if I'm getting the name right, excuse me, and I actually had talked a little bit to Dr. Duncan about this and kind of the process. I don't know if we use that as a mechanism for that, or if we just have, students from other schools, come and do something about that, but something that is important to the students. How do they want to look at education for the next 15 years or something from their perspective? So that's why I kind of sent you a thing just that Cape Coral does. And I was just trying to think of, as I said, not saying that, it's not helpful to the student being up there, but more part of the process, give them more of a voice that way. I don't know. I was just kind of throwing something out there.
So that really tacks on nicely with something. Last week or 2 weeks ago, who was the other person? Oh, Dr. Savage and I were at the student government fall meeting and talking about, one of the things we talked about was how do they communicate with us, because there isn't a way. And what we did was talk about how we could be going to their student government meetings, how they should be inviting us to participate with them in their activities at the local level. So this is a great conversation because there's an interest. Some kids are doing it just to raise funds for various events, but other kids are genuinely interested in learning about governance and doing real governance work. So, yeah. That's a great conversation because there is an interest, but we were approaching it from the coming up as opposed to the going down. I have to stand. I'm sorry.
You're
I couldn't
good.
sit in this
I might have to eat. No, I am fully on board, after this last year of just seeing how we utilize our student up here, and it's great that they're part of it. It's great that they get to give their feedback at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
I would love to see them open up with a topic that's important to them, what's going on in their student government or student council at their school. I don't know if there's some way we can, I hate to use the word screen them beforehand, but if we could at least have just some sort of an idea of what topic they are going to discuss so that we can prepare to be able to jump in if we want to comment on it. That's the only thing I would like to add to that, but I am all on board in having students have a louder voice, especially up here on the dais, if that's what your intention is.
Yes, sorry if I cut in one more time, and part of my discussions with Dr. Bernier and Dr. Duncan too was making sure we had, it was a kind of a wide variety of students as well. So, and I mean, right now they kind of, they sit up there. I'm not saying it's not great being part of the process, but it's passive. Instead, maybe have them come present, and then they don't have to stay the whole night too, since for a lot of them it can be a long meeting, do that, they're welcome to stay if they want kind of thing, but kind of, do, as I said, I don't know if it's, every action meeting or one action meeting a month or something like that. I just want to start the conversation. I know probably for time, it's probably better, maybe to add this to a workshop or something at some point, but just wanted to throw that out there.
Ms. Jordan?
And I think this is a great idea because, well, I've been to many of theirs over there in the Cape, and a lot of the students that participate in this are our students from our student advisory committee, so it's the same kids that are out there. And even at the last student advisory committee, Irma and I were there, the chair was there, and I was speaking to the one young lady, is like, how do you get your information from within your school to bring it here? Because that's how they were doing a lot of good work there, but how do you take that back and disseminate what you're doing here collectively with all the other schools? And then how do you get that feedback from your peers to bring it back to that same meeting? So how are you doing all that? And I thought it was interesting because the one young lady, she's the historian. She was speaking to them about doing a newsletter for students. So that way they are aware of what they're doing at these meetings, and then that way they can get the information that is needed and bring it back to the superintendent, which I thought was amazing that they were thinking. It was a great meeting because they were all really thinking outside the box and trying to make sure that how do I get that information back to 1,100 kids or however many that looks like. It's a hard haul. But yeah, this is great. I'm definitely.
Are you thinking maybe have them address, sort of awkward if they address them up there for 5 minutes and then get up and leave? So I would think, yeah, somewhere there, and then maybe away with the student.
Yeah.
Or at least once a month.
Or you want to keep a separate one there?
Never get rid of the student.
I don't, that's why I'm asking, I don't know.
I mean, I was kind of looking at it more, I would say, I mean, again, it's up to the board, more of kind of a replacement of that, and they could always present maybe over there, or, I mean, I don't know, just like a staff member or something, make sure it's, as I said, where they would address, maybe give their story to start off and then talk about the topic. And that's what I said is, I don't want to get too in the weeds, and I talked about this Dr. Savage as well, is, maybe what is their vision? What is, how can we see what they want for education for whatever the next 15 years? And that's maybe getting, down the road towards a visioning or strategic plan, or depending. I mean, there's too many variables, but yes.
Can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So some of the issues I think we've had in the past with student advisory is the adults tend to take over, and we get really focused on how to make a motion and how to second a motion and hold up your name tag and just the governance piece of it, which of course is important, but not necessarily what the kids really want to get into. So I would caution us against controlling this on behalf of our students. That's one thing. Another thing is, I know that it came up quite a bit while we were doing our strategic plan re-envisioning, that the older our kids get in our system, the more bored they are, or the less engaged they are with the lessons that are being presented in our schools. Typically, the kids who are engaged in student advisory are not the kids who are bored in school. They're not, the kids who are bored in school are not paying attention to an invitation to be part of a student advisory committee to improve the educational experience. They're the kids who kind of keep their heads down and go home and complain to their parents about how bored they were that day. So making sure that we cast a wide net and not just get the frequent flyers who are on the Cape Coral Youth Council and the School District of Lee County Student Advisory Committee, but making sure that we get kids from all walks of life, the kids who are getting A's, the kids who are struggling to graduate, the kids who are the principal's favorite, and the kids who, are not necessarily anyone's favorite. And I don't mean that sarcastically or in a nasty way, but we do know that there are kids who go into our schools and they keep their head down and they do what they need to do to walk the stage at the end of 4 years, and their voice matters as well. So my concern in doing something like this is making sure that it's truly meaningful and that it really informs staff. I think it's important for staff to understand that we're adults and we don't have any idea what kids want. I mean, I've got 4 of them in my house and I have no idea what they want. So if we could find a way to get them to communicate with us so that we can genuinely make changes in our schools to accommodate them, make them excited about being in school, and really learn the skills that they need to be successful upon graduation, I'm all for it. But if we're just going to kind of do what we've been doing in the past, I think it's going to be an exercise in futility. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Patrica. That was something Dr. Duncan really got across with me, and I appreciate that. And part of it, again, that's why I kind of said in the beginning, a wide variety. So, and maybe I'm conflating two things here. Maybe we can, ask the superintendent if, regards to having something separate that's more of a youth visioning plan, strategic plan, and this part separate. But that's why I said they just sit up there kind of passively, and why don't we do it this way, have some active engagement? Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Morgan?
So based on what Ms. Patrica said, then I think we need to look at that line in the strategic, or not the strategic plan. We need to look at that survey that was done, and we need to pull out that piece, which was that students are bored. And we need to go to the students and we need to say, okay, so this is part of our strategic plan. We need to address curriculum. We need to address how curriculum is delivered. We need to address, the tools you use to learn. And, what's your vision? I mean, I think that's the way to do a visioning around that particular component of the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Yep, that was, Chair, do you mind if I?
Please.
Yeah, that was exactly what I meant. They developed that vision. I wasn't saying we do that. What do they think? That's kind of what the council over, the youth council did in Cape Coral, so.
And I actually really respect that idea, Mrs. Patrica, of not just honing in on our student government groups or student council, because those kids are engaged. It's the kids that you said that keep their head down. So that's the only thing I had to add.
That seems like that's going to be a work in progress for a little bit. So follow through, please, Mr. Fisher. Anyone else have any comments? Okay.
So if I could, I'm really, really happy with the direction the Student Advisory Council's taken this year regarding their leadership. Dr. Duncan and I spent some time talking, and we now have, and I know our chair and board member, Jordan. God, we've been here a long time. I was going to use a first name, and I knew that was wrong. We're at the last one, and that was the big transition to the kids running the meeting. The adults are stepping back. We're allowing the appointed leaders to lead. They have a leadership meeting a couple weeks or a couple days, depending on their schedules, because they're all very busy. But they prep their agenda. They know what they want to accomplish, and then they go to work. And it was really a very successful first meeting for that type of format, and we're hoping it continues to grow. I think this is a really valuable conversation. Because getting that student voice, as we attempted to do that last year with me, as we went to various different high schools, I found that the principals were really good at selecting a cross-reference of their community. They were really good about giving us, a student council president and someone who's a little less engaged in the learning process. In that group dynamic, though, what we found is those individuals who we might most want to talk to about disengagement don't speak up. And what I found myself having to do was speak to just one principal, because it dawned on me about the second time I did it, a student voice engagement group. And we came back just to speak to a smaller segment, because during the process of engaging with them, they didn't engage. They chose to step back, stay quiet. So I think we have to figure out what we're hoping to accomplish, and then thinking about where might be the best place to do that. Your business meeting is a pretty formal meeting, right? Maybe there's another avenue. So I look forward to exploring this, because if we're not careful, we don't get any student voice into our processes and into our decision making. So whatever we can do, Mr. Fisher, to get some of this moving, and even if it's a work in progress, to start with something and then say, okay, let's move on to something else, or let's continue to grow it and how we tweak it. Because I do not believe that the Superintendent's Advisory Committee per se reflects disengaged learners as well. Because of the time of day it's held, the need for parental support in order to get there, if they don't drive, there are some definite limitations. So we may have to go, I love your phrase, we may have to go meet them there. So that would be interesting.
If I could just end this by inviting Mr. Fisher to be like a dog with a bone on this, and really just keep us engaged until we get there, because this is a big part of the strategic plan that we really need to solve. And if we want our kids all of our kids to feel like their school is a place where they feel comfortable and safe and cared for, we need to have the voice of all students. So please, Mr. Fisher, continue to bring this to our attention. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica, I think if you ask staff, I already have at this point, so.
Very good. Okay, any other comments on that? If not, we'll move to the good of the order. Ms. Alyssa, do you have anything this time?
No, thank you.
Ms. Morgan?
I would like to talk about speak up, listen up. You know, and I've done this. I've had people come to me and tell me about something in their school, and please talk to the superintendent, or what do you think, and don't use my name, you know, whatever. That's not going to work in a speak up, listen up culture. If we continue to allow people to do that, whether it's staff or whomever, if we allow people to use the board as a way around speak up, listen up, then speak up, listen up is not going to take place at the school level or at the department level. So I would just like to have a conversation about that. How we encourage, how we say to people, look, if this district is going to, if a district this size is going to work, then you need to, if you're a principal, you need to speak to your executive director. You can't be afraid you're going to be fired, or you're going to be slammed, or you're going to be dinged. Because if you tell me that you're doing this and you go to the executive director and there's a problem, I've got your back. But we can't take that on ourselves. We have to help them create this process. Participate in this process. And I think the best way, well, anyway, I think you know what I'm saying. We need to make sure that we invest in speak up, listen up when we are talking to staff about what's happening in their schools. That be my comment. Thank you. That's it.
I personally don't get many staff people.
They're told not to talk to us.
Yeah, emailing me or anything, but, you know, mostly I get parents, you know, in which so that it gets to be a little tough there, because they felt most of the time they've already talked to people and seem to have gotten nowhere. But again, that's the one side, so we have to be careful where we're at there. I agree we should encourage both parents and staff to speak to the appropriate people and tell them we have their backs. So they do feel like that's, but I don't know at the same time if I want to keep the superintendent out of the loop. It's just sort of a fine line to say, listen, this parent or this staff member called me, teacher called me, and I told her to go talk to her principal, but I want to let you know that there is a teacher at this school that's not happy, and just so you're aware. I mean, I think we need to sort of do a little, and then it's up to, it gets to be tough. I know, I mean, how do we do that?
What I'm talking about is people who don't want their names.
Yeah.
And that's also families who want to protect children. They think that their children, they don't want to go to the principal because they're afraid there will be repercussions on the child. So they still need to do the process. The name has to be provided, whether it's staff or it's a parent. We can help them, but we can't do it for them anonymously, is what I'm trying to say.
No, and I agree with that. You need. Yeah. I had someone call me about a bus the other day. Mm-hmm. It was too crowded and people were sitting on the floor. Well, before I did anything, I said, would you please give me the bus number in the school? Mm-hmm. And we went from there. But it's, in one aspect, I agree. In the other aspect, if we do something, it means we listened. Oh, yeah. So, they might say, well, gee, that didn't do me any good. You know, so it's a fine line. I don't know how, I guess you have to look at each one, but I totally hear what you're saying. And I have told people to go to the principal or go to whoever first. and keep me informed. I always put that, keep me informed. Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Morgan, that's a good point. But part of it, and I remember I think you had said this back in HR, you said that there's been so many changes and people don't believe it. People are not trusting the process, and that's part of the problem. That's part of the culture shift we talk about. People do not trust the process right now. People still are basing on years of things that have been happening still. So, I mean, you can tell them to go and talk and give their name, but if they don't truly have that trust and that buy-in at that moment, there's nothing much to do, unfortunately, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So there's a couple of things for the board's consideration. With regards to staff, if a staff member comes to the board and says, there is something that is going on at my school or in the district, you have to be very careful because it could trigger the Whistleblower Act. So, because you are a board member and that is somebody that is high enough in the whistleblower statute that it would trigger those protected disclosures and things of that nature. So we do have to be careful with that. The best practice, to Ms. Morgan's point, is if there's something going on, you go to the principal, you talk to the principal. That doesn't work, you go to the executive director, and you go up the chain of command. If it is something that is a true whistleblower protected activity, they need to be able to go to whomever they feel the most comfort with to relay that information, to trigger that public disclosure and those protections that are tied. And those are limited. We have a lot of employee relations complaints, we have a lot of parent complaints. Those are not all statutorily protected disclosure. So I just want to make sure that the board is cautioned on that.
Other comments? Ms. Patrica?
No, I don't have any comments on this. It is I guess I do if I'm going to make one. It's a fine line to walk because if a parent or a staff member feels like they're going to be targeted by their supervisor, the last thing you want to do is tell them to go and speak to their supervisor. But at the same time, that's what we have to do in order to truly establish with the exception of the whistleblower instances, which the board attorney just spoke of. If we are truly going to have a speak up, listen up culture, that's really what we need to do. So it's a hard line to walk. And the other thing too is, as board members, as elected officials, we want to feel like we can fix stuff, and we can't necessarily fix stuff. We have to. Sometimes the best way for us to fix something is to point people in the right direction. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Are you good for the order?
No.
I just want to say how grateful I am to the staff here that work so hard every day. They've got a well-earned break ahead of them, and to wish all of our families a happy and safe Thanksgiving.
Ditto. Ms. Jada.
Ms. Patrica? Good for the order?
Yeah, I just want to say, I know it's been a long day, but I love how much work we got done and that we got it all done in one day. So thank you to the board, to the superintendent, to the leadership for just being efficient and collaborative in our work. Those are my comments. Thanks.
I have none either, other than wishing Dunbar football team good luck. And they play this Friday?
Play this Friday, so does Estero.
Oh, that's right. Stero's back home. Are they home or away?
I believe they're away.
Yeah.
They're at Bishop Verot.
Not way.
Well, it's not at their
won't
home
go
stadium.
there. Right, Jada?
I know.
And both teams are actually away. Dunbar will be playing at Golden Gate.
All right. At the time.
I actually have
Oh,
a question.
okay.
I need clarification from the board with regards to the acknowledgements. There's some parts in the statute that says you shall recognize or you shall designate this day as such and such. That's clear, those days will be included. There's some parts of the statute that says specifically under program of instruction that says we're going to teach about Women's History Month. Do you want that included, or do you just want those that say specifically you shall?
You shall.
Okay, thank you.
We'll keep it as simple as possible.
Let the record show that everybody agreed.
Unanimous. Okay.
I just have 2 items, if that's okay,
Yes,
sir.
please.
First of all, to speak up, listen up culture. It's interesting that this has come up again today. I had a great meeting previously in the week with Mr. Gomez. I also had a great meeting today with professional development. Really looking, since we've gone through the board training, we did some administrative training this summer, now we've gone through the mandatory training. What are we doing second semester to keep it alive, and what are we doing? So we're investigating lots of different opportunities. Thank you to our attorney who helped us locate resources for this that allowed for the mandatory training. And with that came additional PSAs, links, other things that we can sneak into really incremental periods of time so that our staff is consistently reminded. I do appreciate the idea of guiding someone to the appropriate resource. If they've got a problem with their administrator, whether that's a principal or whether that's an individual in transportation, who's the next level and how do we get them there? And if I know that, then I can coach that next level. They need to reach out to this person. This is a speak up, listen up thing. Let's make sure that we're doing this the most appropriate way. And let's figure out what the strategy is for how to address it, so that we can encourage more people to come forward. And we have to create a dialogue where people can speak truth. And we're working on it, but it's not going to be an easy fix. It's going to take time, and it's going to take everybody demonstrating a commitment to it. So more to come with professional development, maybe more to talk about how to work with it could come in a presentation with communications and professional development, sharing what the next steps are, and give us an opportunity to discuss even openly again. I want everyone, you all have some holds in your calendar, so I want to give you some updates. 11/17, which is this coming Friday, which is Assistant Principal, Principal, and Support Professional of the Year. You have a hold. Those dates and times are going to be shared with you, so if you can make it, it'll be great. If I give you any more detail, you'll know exactly what's going on. So I want you to know what's going on, but I don't want to spoil the surprise for some individuals. The other one is to continue to look at December 5. There's a hold in your calendar for that date as well for Fort Myers Beach Elementary. Yeah. I am pleased to announce to both you and the community that we're still on track.
Good.
That should be the grand reopening. They'll have some opportunity potentially in the building to move in ahead of that date, but the grand reopening appears to be on track for December 5. So please hold those dates. I know you have lots of people pulling you at the holidays in lots of different directions, so I just wanted to make sure that was there.
All right. At this point, having no other business come before this body and seeing no objections, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 4:40 p.m.